Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
And if I turn it off and on again? Oh, there we go. Have you tried turning it off and on again? There we go. Yeah, we're in turbo rifle ammo now, but I decided, well, not decided, I haven't automated it yet. So I am trying to use it somewhat sparingly, because honestly, automating it is a long process that requires way too many things just to get ammo. It's not that big of a production line. It isn't that big of a production line, but it does require a lot of different things. So it actually is a way bigger project than it has any right to be. So make boom. So just to make the base ammo, you need smokeless powder, which means I need to get heavy oil residues somewhere. I also need coal. I also need sulfur. That's just to make smokeless black powder. I also need copper. Copper has to come from somewhere. So now I need copper, coal, sulfur, and oil. That's just to make the regular ammo. Then if you want to go into turbo rifle ammo, then you need to get aluminium casings from somewhere, as well as turbo fuel. Turbo fuel requires compacted coal. So I guess I could make like, I don't know, man. Like, look, like how am I, like, I gotta make compacted coal now? From what? Like rocket fuel has a out of bio? I mean, thing needs compacted coal again. Like, look at this tree just to make rifle ammo. Look at how many things I need. So now we need sulfur again, the rarest fucking thing in existence. We still need that heavy oil residue, so that's gonna come back over there. Now I need water. That has to go up to here to have coal. So now we need copper, sulfur, water, oil, and nitric acid, which needs nitrogen gas. So we need nitrogen gas too, as well as more water, as well as iron. Need iron plates as well. Okay, so just to make my ammo, I'd need a base with oil, sulfur, copper, water, and iron. Just to make my ammo. So my thought was, if I delete that bit, right, let's say I delete all of this. You don't need the rocket fuel part. Okay, let's start again. So if I could just have it make the base ammo, I'd be pretty happy, to be honest. which is still coal, sulfur, and crude oil. So if you could just make that base one, right? Because then aluminium casings could easily come from the train. And you would just want like a single machine. And it could, because it won't run all the time either. So you just need copper sheets. The only thing you need is turbo fuel. Wait, is that what I'm packaging? Hold on. Is that what I'm using? Ooh, I have some packaged turbo fuel. Ooh. In the last 5 hours trying to make an armor stacking amulet. Ooh. Choose the base turbo fuel. Well, I've got some packaged turbo fuel. I have some, and I have slightly more than I need. I have it automated to run just the drones that are in that base, which use about 1.5 a minute, plus what I use. But I make 6 a minute. So I've actually got about 4 a minute to play with. And you don't need to be making ammo fast, right? You can make ammo real slow as long as it fills up the depot while you're building for next time you explore, right? Like you're not trying to maintain ammo as a permanent resource. You're trying to refill ammo real slowly while you're building so that next time you go out, there's ammo again. I may actually be able to squeeze in the ammo at the computer base. That limestone? Yeah, okay. Let's see, I have those two. So I already have the iron. I already have iron there and copper there. Am I using both of those? I feel like I only need one. Oh wait, I only need one to go that way. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up with what I've done so far. So this is iron. So we have enough iron. So you only need 450 iron going in there, and you are only going to need 50 iron to be making enough iron ingots. So there's no reason for me to take another belt, right? This one's just going to split and turn around and come back down to the water. And since you only need to be bringing 50, I can split you on a Mark 1 belt. Which is 60, but still. Not that one. That one. Now the beautiful thing about out here is that it's nowhere near the base. and therefore spaghetti allowed. Spaghetti allowed outside. I don't know how everyone else feels about that, but I feel like spaghetti allowed outside. Look at that. I built a ground underwater. We're building on foundation, no spaghetti, otherwise go nuts. Yeah, that's my thought too. If it's like out and about world thing, go nuts. It's fine. Do whatever you like. Okay, so the very first one is just iron. Needs a little bit of water. Sweet fuck all. I might even mix those two. Their water productions. So I can probably just build one and just overclock it. Dean, you're in the way. Ta-da! Now, since you need to be making 1.44, you're just making regular, it's pure iron ingots, and you're going to take one single power shard and you're just going to run 144%. That's going to give you 93.6. Actually need 93.75. So we're actually going to run you, this is the only part that can back up, so we'll just run you at very slightly higher than you're needed, and that's going to put out 94 per minute. Sweet, you're the only one that's going to be doing copper. Ta-da! The next one is fucking 12 of that, and that's what the that's the Caterium, and 19 of these. Wait, that's the iron one. Yeah, that's the iron one. Don't get that confused. That's the one iron one. I'd rather you are off like that, maybe. I need 19, so we build 9 here in a row. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then I build 10 more facing this way that are at least in line with those machines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn, I thought I'd line that up to avoid the rock. We're gonna be about this far out then. Because I'm pretty sure pipes and belts will clip through that rock and I don't care. But the building will not. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Isn't up against the copper. That was intentional though. I intended to keep that one separate because this whole place can be supplied by one water, but I wanted to keep this one off because it's the one machine making iron where the rest of them are going to make copper. Ah, fuck. I copied it, didn't I? That should be fine. Evening. Okay, so all of you are going to do copper. You're doing iron. This one's iron. Fantastic. The rest of you, copper. Yeah, your iron's already plugged in. And the copper, I believe, is this one? I think it's this one. Shit, that's more iron. I don't think I need any more iron. I think I only need the copper node. Where's my copper node? Back there. Right. So I actually don't need this one. But I do need... Where the fuck are you? Oh, here it is. This is the copper node? Hey. Bird, get out of the way. Thanks, bird. Okay, so how much comes in on this belt? This is enough, right? Or more than enough. Oh, and we can come out on one belt, I believe. Copper ingot per minute. 711. We can come out in one belt. What you could do is just do this, because nobody cares of you. Yeah, I bet there's enough room there to go over it. Okay, now, because I'm okay with everything being nasty, because I'm on board with the nastiness, can we do this? Will you let me? Will you let me? Is that too steep? Okay. What if I did this? Really? You bastard. Slightly further. There. Why won't you connect? I'll tell you what, we'll do it a different way then. I'll fucking force you on. Don't you worry about that. Fucking, I'll get you in there. Now, I think if I was, since this area is allowed to be nasty, if I was to do that, nice. Okay, cool. Okay. You can go there. 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 I admit I haven't considered a water cooled base before. I mean, like, I normally wouldn't, but like, this is just kind of where I want to be. The main actual base, like the actual base is up there. This is like a small little, like, well, small. This is like, I discovered that I would need a lot of space just to do the foundry stuff, which is really, really big. But it's all done at the same place, and all the ore is coming from like out here. And I was like, why would I pipe all the ore and run water up in my main base when it's all like right near this lake, which I could just fill and then just ship the ore in. So that's what I'm doing. Seems to be okay, an okay plan so far. This way I can make this stuff nasty. Can you, Bean, I need you to go away, but like I don't want to kill you. Like I just need you to like, I don't want to shoot you with my gun. That feels excessive. Yeah. Go away. That's not a way. That's into my machines. Get. Good boy. Okay, back to looking. So that's only these two. This one requires 190 water. And this one requires 28.9 water. It doesn't matter if these turn off. So let's just call that 29 and that 190. 190, 200, 210, 220 water for the whole system, or for this whole bit. I believe that will be 2 pumps. To make 120 each. If I make them make 100 and make them. We can clock them at 95. It'll still be too much. They'll turn off occasionally, but that doesn't matter. Okay, so pipe straight from one to the other, and then we're gonna go slightly on an angle like this, right? And you're just gonna let me sit on top of these things, aren't you? Of course you are. Isn't that great? You won't just let me hold it up in the air like that? You're not gonna allow that sort of shenanigans? Are these sort of is this sort of behavior unacceptable? Is that not okay? Alright, fine, we'll make it work. How will I make it work? Close enough. Sit on that. There we go. Get rid of these pipeline supports. Don't need those. They're just gonna get in the way. Feel free to just let me hover the pipeline in the air though. Thanks. Too high to line up with the things. Okay. Manually it is. It's allowed to be nasty. Nobody cares. We'll never see it again. Oh, not an ARPG. Correct. Imagine. Oh yeah, now you want to line up all of a sudden. How do you feel about Titan Quest 2? Fine. I mean, it's a game. I actually don't want you to do that. What I actually want is for this to be not like that at all. What I actually want is for that to be like that, right? And in order to get rid of, because we're slowly learning some of the rules, so in order to get rid of any of the potential issues with water here, what we're going to do is we're going to do this, like that. Just gotta fucking zoop that down. No, it needs to be a little higher actually, sorry. Close enough. That'll be close enough, I think. I didn't realize it got higher as it went, but that's fine. Boom. Because I'm learning. So we're going to take this pipe from the end, right? And then, oh, come on. Horizontal to vertical. No, horizontal to vertical. Damn it, stop trying to clip to things. I need you to fucking... Do you actually need to go up higher than that? Is that what you need? Perfect, that's exactly what I was trying to do. No. I don't want you to hook to any of them. I just want you to sit in the air. Just sit in the air like that. Yeah. Perfect. Nope, don't hook to any of that shit. You're gonna sit there like that. And then you're gonna come around. And you're gonna hook straight back into there. Perfect. Control G. Only get rid of the foundation ones. Ta-da. Nasty. Perfect. That's fine. Now you're gonna fill bottom pipes first, but these should trickle in here anyway. And so we're just gonna double check our water math real quick. So right now I'm only making the copper and the iron, which will require 190 plus 29. $219. So we'll call it 220 divided by 2. So there's 110 each is what they need to make. And that's like rounding up. They should have a little more. They should have a little bit of extra water. I'm just gonna see if that was the delivery I need to sign for. If it was, they left instantly. Which would make sense. Didn't answer the door in 0.3 seconds. Must be... You must not want any. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, all these ones are ready to be turned on. That's not quite right, because I don't need 19 of them. I need 18.97. Let's just leave all 19 on. But this one needs to be overpowered to 44, which I think I did. Yeah, 45, slightly more than I needed. Cool. Double check those. Okay, these water pipes are still filling up. They shouldn't take very long. I mean, you should have water the whole way along by now, though, shouldn't you? No, I mean, you're still pumping in. Not keeping any. Fair enough, there's a lot of pipe there. That's like its own storage buffer. What I can do is turn this machine on to get the ore out here first. While we're waiting for that to sort itself out. Hi, buddy. Okay, so you are the copper, and you are providing... I essentially only need you to provide like 290 would be overkill, which is insane. I need like almost none. Next, merges. First one's going to come from inside the machine. Next one's going to come from... That's not at all what I wanted. The mergers all head in that direction. That's all that matters. Ta-da. Now the last one on this side is a different ore. So this is actually where this one goes out. So we're just going to rotate that one around because you leave somewhere else. You leave right there. And then you leave right there. Because those are two different belts. By the time I've set this up, those machines should be full of water and ready to go. Ta-da! Oh, the machines won't be full of water. These ones should be backing up with water fine. This should not be 10 meters too high, and therefore there should be water in it. There should be water all the way down here. There is. Which means all of these would run forever, except for the fact that the belts go nowhere. Now, other than the fact that the belts go nowhere, everything should just turn on and run. Perfect. So troubleshooting my first railway just to find out that I had placed a pass signal instead of a single block one. Yep, that sounds reasonable. And these will all come grinding to a halt almost immediately because the belts don't go anywhere. But it's working. It's working. They'll all make their extra fucking 100 that they fit in the machine, and then they'll just stop. But even the machines at the end still have full water. So everything should be fine. Okay, so that is the copper and the iron required in that base done. The third and final part of this outdoor area bullshit garbage place out in the swamp, my water-cooled, homemade water-cooled base. The final ore is Caterium. This is going to need its own 290 water. And only 12 refineries. $12.9, but surely we just overclock one slightly. Now where am I going to put them? I could go over this way, but I have this whole area. I think I just put it in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I put you all the wrong way around. My apologies. Three, 4, 5, 6. Now one of you has to be slightly overclocked. It's going to be this one right here. You all need to make pure Caterium ingot, but this particular one needs to be 110%. That's literally it. The rest of them will make pure Caterium ingot at 100. Copy. Paste. 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 The reason I made this a water-cooled factory in the fucking water is just so that I didn't have to deal with any pumps or head lift problems at all. I could just fucking... fuck it, and downloaded a blueprint with a basic T intersection with signals on it so I don't fuck it up again. I mean, I don't know. I thought the troubleshooting was to me, the troubleshooting it was pretty fun. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Okay, now where the fudge knuckle in the... Is that the Caterium I was planning on taking? I think it is. Yep, that's the Caterium I was planning on taking. Okay. Caterium. Oh, is this you? This you? This you. Gotta run a bit of power out here first. Oh, after I pick up this power bug, which I don't need. I got way too many power bugs right now. Dum, dum. Hey cat. Yep, and those are shutting down as they should, because there's literally nowhere for that line to go, and that is going to make that happen. Oh yeah, I'm certainly not gonna like tell other people not to download blueprints. to me, getting ideas from other people's blueprints is fantastic, but I don't think I could download somebody else's blueprint, at least not on my first playthrough. And that feels like what, seeing someone else make a blueprint or getting the idea from someone is sort of like looking at a build and thinking, yo, that looks fucking cool. And then, like, I don't know, copying someone's blueprint feels like not even following a build guide. It feels like just buying their entire character from TFT and being like, yoink, mine now. How much Caterium did I need to pull off this line right now? $300. I'm using so little. Okay, look, I'm not out here to murder indiscriminately, but like, you're in my production line, so I'm sorry. Are you fucking immortal? What are you doing? What the fuck? I'm not missing him. Using up my precious ammo. I'm playing the gotcha version of this. What's the gotcha version of Satisfactory? What even is the gotcha version of Satisfactory? The Sims 4? I don't know about that. I reckon you could pop in the middle here, right? And then we could do a splitter like this, and a splitter like that, and a splitter like that, and a splitter like that, and one like that, and one like that. You're gonna go that way, 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 you're gonna go that way. You lead in, you lead in, you lead in, you lead in. You're gonna go that way, 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 you're gonna go that way. You lead in, and then you lead into there. Preferably if you do that. Yeah, there we go. Nailed it. I've known it in builds when playing with like, huh. I got 8 levels and quit and went back to Torchlight. Hey, listen. I'm playing, fucking this, so, you know. I am legitimately excited for ExileCon, and I am legitimately excited for the next PoE 1 League. because I do think they'll do some good shit with it. But until then, I don't need to. I just don't need to. Like, I just don't need to. How much Caterium are we bringing in? On Caterium ingots. It's only 145 ingots total. You need very few ingots to make an absolute shitload of wire. Like an absolute shit ton of wire gets made on very few ingots. Which I guess makes sense. It's just Maven witnessed and ghosted. I mean, that sounds all right. Like, if I was into it, that would be a fun event. Like, for me, normally an event like that would be kind of fun, right? Okay, next step. How much water do you guys need? Gotta make sure you got enough water. So that's just you guys. You need 290 water. So that's going to be 3 pumps. You're going to get 3 pumps. You're going to go 1 and 2, preferably directly in line would be great, actually, if you don't mind. There we go. And what would be great is if we took all 3 lines, merged them by doing this right there. About there's where I want that to be. Perfect. We take another pump and we line it up with that right there. Perfect. Now, will you let me do this bullshit again? Yeah. Fuck yeah. And then I learned my lesson. You need a slightly higher foundation, which you then hold and you page up in valid aim location. Okay. Hold page up. There we go. Perfect. my little fake foundation. Just gonna sit like that'll do. And you're gonna come all the way back across. Now we do this bit first so it doesn't get hooked onto all the other bits. That should be fine. Control, press G so we only get rid of the 2-meter foundations. Fantastic. And then you feed straight back in as close to the original spot as you can. That should work. Boom. Gotcha. I don't really understand why, but for some reason, as long as you do the loop like that before you do the splits, everything's just fine. It just doesn't mind. I don't really get it. That's not how fluids work. I am like pretty intimately familiar with how fluids work and move in pipes. Surprising to probably everyone who didn't already know. There's actually a decent amount of fluid work involved in my career, printing for a living. Enough that I needed a pretty good understanding. And I do know that this is not how fluid work. But it's how fluids work in the game. And it's a video game, so who cares? Supposedly they'd fix that. Yeah, supposedly they'd also fix the fact that if you were using a full 600 in a pipe, that you would not cause problems. And yet when you use a full 600 in a pipe, it does cause problems. So PDF called the fluid handbook for satisfactory. I was aware. Now, did I underclock these because we don't need a full 3? I do not believe I did. Let me double check how much water you actually need. So you need 242, but divided by 3 pumps. So 2.42 divided by 3 equals 0.86. What do we just make them? 81. What do we just make them? 81%. 81% and 80%. Fuck, I actually don't care if they turn off just occasionally. Split second, they can all work at 81%. Six, 12, 18. So, all right. So just 80% then. 80 for you, 81 for you, 81 for you, and it should be slightly more than enough water for this entire system. So now we will run this belt out first while everything else turns on. While everything else fills up, that is. You can do division on the pump. Wait, really? I didn't know you could do the math on the pump. That's hilarious. What do you mean to just fucking... There you go. Okay, so these will be the 3 things coming out, and they will all need to be pumped all the way over and up that over there. But that is all the raw ingots required. Yep, that's water on everything. Which means these machines should be starting to back up. All 3 of them, and they are. Fantastic. Water, water everywhere, and not a drop to drink. I wouldn't drink out of this fucking... Honestly, I wouldn't drink out of this pool right here before I put all these fucking foundries in it. Let's give you a bit of color difference. There we go. Deuterium, copper, and iron. All 3 of you are coming with me. Not deuterium metallic? Is that a color? I didn't know. Bit of heavy metal poisoning never hurt anyone. Well, to be fair, that's a pretty stagnant pool anyway, so you wouldn't want to drink from there regardless. Even if you had a purifier or you were willing to boil the water, drinking from a pond like that is bad. You want to find a river like this, something that's flowing nicely, right? And you want to like take the water from here and then purify it. That'd be good. If you took water from here and boiled it, you'd be safe. Even before I put the machines in, if you put water from down there and boil it, that's a lot more risky. Like if it was your only water source maybe, but if you have an option, not that. Okay. I'm sure this is stupid, but what if I just do this? Like, just the idea is I just want to keep them like organized. Together. Don't know if this is like overkill on usages of the blueprint. Like it's only 3 belts. Okay, cool. 3 times belts. Belt. Holy shit, look at the Mark 6 conveyor belt. That looks awesome. What the fuck? I had no idea what that looked like. Set directory, odds and ends. Edit. Add subcategory. Belt work. Add blueprint here. Apply changes. Close. Save blueprint. Blueprint saved. Clear blueprint designer. Bye-bye. Now our spaghetti should get a little bit worse because I actually don't even care about clipping out here. I just want to get that over there. And that's where it needs to stay fucking neat. So, odds and ends, 3 belts. So we just fucking aim it where we want to go. Oh, I didn't mean to do that twice. I'm pretty sure I just built belts on top of each other. Oh, I didn't. Fantastic. And then we go yoink. Yoink. And yoink. Okay, but that tree slightly annoys me. Even though I don't care about clicking, that tree was annoying. Okay, maybe I just wanted to blow something up. I don't know, man. Maybe I just wanted to blow something up. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, what the fuck? Whatever. That extra power pole's staying. Ta-da! On all of you go. What in tarnation? This is a water-cooled plant. The whole thing's built into the water. The ingots come out wet. That's fine, right? That's not right. Why would you do that? Ooh. I need you to head. So we're still going that way. Alright, cool. Cool if you did that while still looking fine. And you do. Fantastic. Thank you. I mean, as much as this like sort of felt like overkill to like set up just 3 straight belts on a blueprint, it does feel like it's a lot quicker than running 3 belts. And it lets you pull some shenanigans because they're on blueprints and not individual belts. Some shenanigans like this where you just fucking page it up into the air until it says too steep, and you go forward until it says too long. You keep paging it up, and you go forward. Oh, belt's too long. Okay, so that's as far as you can go. And you actually don't even need to get that high. You can come down a bit. Fantastic. Come to me. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Fucking perfect. Oh no, not some horrible clipping. Oh, never mind, too long. Well, in that case, if you're gonna have to go like that anyway, then you might as well not clip. Fantastic. I don't know if I have power all the way up this mountain. Am I gonna fall down before I reach more power? Nope, there's power right there. Hug the wall, hug the wall. I see it. All right. So I'm gonna need you to come out at least 2, I think. So I'm going to need you to make a wall hole, let's say 2 across, and a wall hole, let's say 2 across, floor hole actually, and a floor hole, let's say 2 across. So I can fit a full hole in between each lift, and then up, and I'm fine. And then in theory, if I just place a belt here, it'll let me. It will. Yoink. Fucking magic. And then we just leave that same gap. We put another belt in, so that'll be about there. That'll lift in, rather. And then we just pointed at that one. Oh, it's horribly offset, but it connects. What the fuck? Okay, no, you can't be off by that much. That's actually my fault. No, I'm not. I can handle them being a little offset because it's weird, But at the very least, try and fucking line the things up so they're on the same place, right? Like at least try and line the lifts up. There we go. There we go. Fuck, both of them are backwards. Well, both of them have to be redone. You're gonna need an old priest and a young priest to fix that. We're just not looking, right? That's the trick here, is that we never look out the back here again. Alright? Like once this is built, we only care about what's going on up there. To-do. And now we actually never have to go back down there again, at least for this base, because this is where all the stuff comes out, and it's all neat and organized on this side. It's all neat, lined up, good spacing. It's fantastic. That tree's gonna be in the way. That tree's gonna be in the way. That tree's gonna be in the way. That tree isn't gonna be in the way, but I don't like the look of it. It's a little bit too crooked. There we go. A little shrub right there. Ugly. Fixed it. Okay. Anyway, that's sorted. Alright, so I will be able to bring them in whenever it's time, and they'll be able to either enter a logistics floor of any building that I make, or they will come up to the ceiling in the road and be belted underneath the base. So this area right here, for anyone who didn't see it yesterday, the area with the thickness and no subfloor, this is the road for my little city that I'm building. And when there's a base to come off the road, it gets made with a different thing, and it has a little subfloor to do logistics on. All the power is ran underneath the road and also in the logistics floor. So there's no need for power to be up here on this level, just inside the buildings. I decided to make it a small city instead of whatever the fuck it was I was been doing in the past. Okay, so now that bit's done, that bit's done, that bit's done, everything before it is done, all this is done. We've already got the coal done, and we've already got the steel done, and we've already got these buildings done, but they're not connected to their concrete yet. We decided not to use this section. So, a needle pulling thread. This particular base right here is going to be relatively easy because you just need 4.6 machines making 410 raw wire. This one, however, needs 18 machines making fucking 1,576 quick wire, which is more than fits on a belt. Shit, is that more than fits on 2 belts? Do I have a problem? 780, 1,560. No, we're fine. We're fine. Okay. Wait. No, that is a problem. 1,576 quick wire needed in the base. that actually is an issue. That is overflowing into a third belt. Machines. So if we just make that 18 machines, we don't overclock, we underclock. Well, let's see where they need to go. Actually, the max out. No, not at all. This base actually is made from the beginning to the end to just have no excess. There is just no excess in here. This entire thing will continue running forever with exactly how much it needs, and it will make these 2 parts, and that is it. I did think about like fully tapping the Caterium line, but my water-cooled base over there is getting pretty packed, and I actually couldn't even fit the rest of the Caterium in that pond if I wanted. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't fit the rest of the Caterium in there to make more ingots. Well, maybe I could. Maybe I could. Let's just see how much ground room we actually have over here. It does look like we could do a whole nother line down that side, and probably a whole nother line down that side. So I'd need a little more water though still. But I reckon I could probably get about 12 refineries on either side there. Well, this is certainly a choice. I didn't want to deal with pumps, so I fucking submerged all my refineries and built a swamp out here so that everything would just be at a good enough height for all my water. Obviously they're flicking off now because the belts go to nowhere, but this is, look, it took so much room, and I knew it was going to be like somewhat messy, so I just decided to do that whole section, just in this, like this whole section, just in this little like satellite base off the main city. So that way I didn't really need to worry about it too much. I could take up this whole lake, and then as long as everything runs into the city neatly, like it does right there, then I'm fine with it. There are 4 things getting pumped in from this side. One of them is just straight iron ore, and then 3 sets of ingots, and they all just fucking come straight up in one set, which I'm happy enough about. And then I will pipe them into the city as needed. I think that looks fine. I think I'm happy with that. You guys, red means no. Red just means you can't run, right? You've all got power. You've got no power? Oh, I haven't actually set up these iron ingots. Okay. So I should have set them all up downstairs as well, but I'd already set this section up. Wait, is that the section I'm bringing in now? Hold on. I think I've double built, because this needs iron and coal to make steel. And so what I did then was what? Yeah. So I actually brought the iron ore all the way up here because I need it. And because I was doing that first, I split the iron ore and just made my little guys here. But that's already made down there now. That's actually made down there now, because the iron ingots are right here. So that's actually finished and made down there. So I do not need any of this. Once I realized how much space it would all take up down there, I was like, actually, I just don't want all that was over there to be like in this lake that's directly below me. Just didn't feel like the right move. So I split that ore earlier, which means this splitter isn't really needed at all, but in that case, is there any reason to even have the splitter, or do we just get rid of that? And I think we just get rid of that, and then we do this. Hey. There. No splitter required. Straight in. Okay. Oh. We did it again. See if there's any here that really turned me on right this second. one's kind of cool. I might just leave all these here and see what I need to make. I think it's a little more useful if I know I've got all my current unlocks just sitting there. And then if I come across something that I want to make and I don't have, it'll be in that list. Okay, so the next step will be to split these, because you're going to make both of those things. Okay. So we've got all that coming in. We can deal with that in a moment. First, we'll need to figure this part out right here, which is going to require concrete, which is going to have to come in by a train. Because we're not making fucking... I'm not making 300 concrete a minute here. I'm just not doing that. But I need 200 to make steel beams and 260 to make steel pipe. So the steel beams are just going to be... is it in organization? It is. There's no reason for you to not be a bigger sign. Okay, I mean, that's the small billboard though. Yeah, that one's fine. Steel beam, 75 per minute. Boop. And then over here will be the same thing, except this time steel pipe. And it is 560 per minute. So the concrete's gonna have to come from above, but there is plenty of room at the back here. So what if, instead of fucking with it on the, we're intentionally, we have a logistics floor for a reason. So you're gonna go in there and in there. I don't actually know that that connected. It did. Okay, cool. Concrete from above. Brought from the train station to here via drones. Just to be interesting. Which means you're gonna come down to ground level right there. You're gonna come down to ground level right here. Then logistics splitters. I mean, I don't. I think we're just gonna have to have a normal splitter. Let me just look again. So one side needs 200 and the other side needs 260, but it's all coming off one line. So I think it's just gonna get a normal splitter and we're just gonna rely on it taking a minute and like backfilling one or whatever, right? Ta-da! Well, Pewee keeps redoing my settings. Gross. How dare they? Okay, we don't need that bit. We don't need that bit. But we do need to reconnect the things. Didn't auto-connect in my blueprint because I don't know why they didn't. But they didn't. Okay. Concrete. Okay, so we'll need to get a lot of concrete over here. Which makes me think, do we belt it? Do we truck it? I mean, I could just belt along the highway here. Like, obviously underneath the highway. I guess the question is, oh, not that one. I guess the question is, does anything else use concrete, or is that all the concrete in the entire facility? That is all the concrete in the entire facility. I don't think it's worth setting up a concrete drone and then also a power supplying drone just to move essentially 290 concrete. Have logistics floors. I can just bring the concrete in here, attach it to that roof. I can actually bring it up. Yeah, that's what I might do. I might bring the concrete in at the back here. So like we'd put a wall hole there to put concrete in, and another one there, a floor hole to put concrete in, and just bring the concrete across. I think that's the right way to do it. There's just, it's the only project that needs concrete. The concrete is going to come in by train, but it's the only project that needs concrete. So Yeah, it feels right. Okay. That's how that'll work. Let's rename these. Let's make this in 1. And that in 2. And that space out, man. Space out, man. Okay, so timetables. Concrete delivery. Edit timetable. Go to the concrete oasis. Load. Concrete. Save. Come to space in 1. Unload. Concrete. Save. Small problem. I need to be at the concrete base now because I haven't set up the thing. The concrete base is all the way over there. I remember the best way to travel. You just throw down a train when you need to go too far. Just throw down a train. You face it that way. You jump in. You tell it, edit timetable. Go to the concrete oasis. Save change. Turn on self-driving. Bye! Hi, friend. See you later, friend. Up and running in my last world. Oh, I've had a bunch of issues getting them up and running this time. Oh man, there's a Mercer sphere right there. I want it. Hold on. I saw it. Aha, there it is. Not taking it off the train tracks is asking for a crash right there. My train track is set up to never crash.
Your waves lap at our shores. When will you land?
Doesn't matter where I leave a train. I may cause a pileup, like not a crash, but like if a train tries to come back, it'll stop here because that's now a block signal. Every section is a block. It does not matter where I stop my train. There will not be a crash. I may impede traffic, but there will not be a crash. Unless I fucked something up. Unless somewhere there can be a crash. Which who knows? And use a blueprint to connect them? Yes. Although over here was my first blueprint that did not have angled blueprints, so it's a lot more wavy. But I essentially made 3 blueprints. I probably should have made 5, but I made 3. I made one with a flat platform, one with a 1 meter inclined platform, and one with a 1 meter declined platform. I probably should have also made one with a 2 meter decline and a 2 meter incline so that I could take steeper hills. This area right here is my first attempt, so it's like very wavy and shit. And you can tell because it doesn't have floating platforms. But the next area around here, this is the second attempt where I made like ramps. You can see how those platforms are on angles. They're also floating platforms that look like they should fly. And these are all 1 meter incline ramps as blueprints. Am I going to play the PvE event? Nope. Cool. Out I go. Alright, we're at the concrete oasis. Now, concrete oasis 1 is going to load the fuck up. There and there. Nope, those are the exits. Do it again. There. And there. There. And there. There. And there. And there. Okay, so 4 carts gonna get filled with concrete from the concrete factory. Concrete factory makes way too much concrete. There's no such thing. So how am I gonna do this? So essentially, if I want the boxes to be able to fill as quick as possible, then what I want to do, let me think about this for a moment. Don't sit down again. You need to stand up for a few more minutes. You can think while standing, dickhead. Oh, right. Okay. So if I want the boxes to be able to fill as quick as possible, no matter what one I take, then what I want to do is take in this side. Right. And then also in this side. And then what I do, since it's all one massive storage right now, is I run a belt from the top of the box into these four on this side, and a belt from the bottom of the box into these four on this side. And then whichever cart gets emptied will get refilled by 2 belts. So that should be able to refill it the quickest possible way. So a splitter would go there, 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 and there, and there, and there, and there, and there. And we would belt in between them. This is actually, I made the concrete base, but this is the first time I have to ship any concrete out. So I could just send one belt to one station and that would be enough, right? It'd be perfectly fine. No problem with that at all. But this is the fucking concrete oasis. So like, this is where all the concrete comes from for a bit now. So why not? Why not set it up to fill the all the boxes, the whole train, as quick as possible? How quick can you go to the ceiling on a belt? About that quick? Fantastic. And will that let you connect to there, preferably in straight mode? Maybe not even in straight mode. Actually, you kind of block the path. So maybe we don't go straight mode since it doesn't matter, and we just go from there to there. Cool. And then we bring you up like that, and then you go from there to there. Nice. Nice. Aha. This is the actual concrete oasis train. So we're going to edit you. And you're going to say, now, this is where it's interesting. Can I have you bring concrete in all 4 in all 4 carts, but only drop off 1 cart at the base that I'm after? Like, can I be that picky about it? Let me take those. Okay, well, these are all only loads. So the first thing I'm bringing in is concrete. Then I guess we'll just fill up the first one for now. Hello? What's your fucking problem? I mean, you make it to there, and you make it to there. So you've come in this lift fine. There's concrete in the lift. There's no concrete in that lift. And there's no concrete in that lift. You've made it to the lift here. You've made it there. So like, when I do this, why splitters at the end? I mean, I guess just in case I fucking like extend it more, but the splitter is attached to that lift and it is working because that lift has concrete in it. It literally has concrete in it. So to here it work, and to here it work. There's concrete in both of those lifts. There's concrete in both of those lifts, and they go perfectly into the floor hole. They don't? That shouldn't stick out like that, right? I mean, it does on all of them. I mean, this should be fine. Like, if I just fucking put a lift there like that, and I put a belt on, concrete should come out. Why no concrete come out? Okay. I would say that too, except if it wasn't attached to a floor hole, it doesn't fucking connect. Like it would have a pointy through bit. That made the noise. I made the connection noise. There's concrete in there. There's concrete in there. What I mean is, if it wasn't connected to the floor hole, it would have the other half of the lift. But then again, weirdness is weird. So, I mean, that looked like it started to flow. Yup, weirdness is weird. Weirdness is weird. Well, you're now flowing at an alarmingly fast rate. I mean, it's not that alarming. It's whatever 780 times 2 is per minute. Okay. Which will kick on the concrete factory again, but like not for long. Also, why don't you kick on like the whole way down right away? Just because there's still not enough concrete on the belt. It takes a little minute for it to all kick back on because the belts are full. No freaking out. Nope. Doesn't matter as long as it's refilling the boxes, which it will be, and it'll be refilling the boxes at basically the exact rate it's exiting, because that's, well, a little bit less than that actually. Wait, no, actually the exact rate it's exiting, because that's exactly how much concrete per second that I can do. And I'm bringing it out the 2 belts. Okay, that's kind of pretty. I kind of like that. Yes, they'll fill back up while trains are in transit. It's perfectly fine. Perfectly acceptable to have it this way. So, for you, when you come to Concrete Oasis, you're going to load concrete. Save. When you come to, you're no longer coming to Space Inn 2. You are coming to Space Inn 1, and you are going to unload only concrete. Save. And that's your trip. That's your whole trip. Your job is just to go there, go here, pick up 1 load of concrete and bring it back. And that's it. That's the whole job. You're not even using all 4, but we will use all 4. Honestly, it doesn't even matter that your first load isn't going to be full. So, edit timetable. You're going to head back to here right after you stop at... Actually, you're just going to head back there and I'll stop you manually. See what I mean? No matter where I stop my personal train that I throw down, it should just be fine. Oh, although this one might not leave. No, it should leave. Oh, right. It hadn't gotten to the actual train station when I stopped it. That's why it took so long. Now it's in this block. That train should go in. Fantastic. There's a train block behind it, but that's fine. Nobody cares. It's another empty train that does nothing. There are several empty trains that does nothing. I gotta hook up extra cars. This one right here is an empty train that I just placed down, and we'll delete it the other side. That train that was entering, that's the concrete train. This is just me transporting myself around the map quicker. I'm gonna get only one container is filling. Yeah. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have hooked up all of them. Turn off self-driving. You wait right there. You wait right there, buddy. I just got something real quick to do right here while I'm here. Just real quick. I'm just gonna grab all these and throw them in the trash downstairs. Just gonna throw them away, and I'm also gonna throw them away. There we go. Thanks, buddy. Quick checking our tickets. 300. Jump back in. All right, see ya. Off I go. See, that one still wouldn't have crashed into me even though I was in the middle of the track. It just sort of gets stopped. That's the one bringing my aluminum casing around, which I may need to add to. I totally blame you for this. That's fair. My fault. This is my first time playing it though. I do fucking love it. I will attempt to finish the game properly. And then, I don't know, there's a big 1.2 patch that comes later this year. We'll probably revisit and do it again. I swear I saw a fucking crash site just there a second ago. It like blinked out of existence as I was staring at it. Look at my flying train platforms. I like them. They're cool. My immersion? What, they're flying? I put like jet engines on them so that they're intended to fly. Look at them. They got like fucking engines and shit under them. They're flying platforms. See you later, buddy. Now the concrete one that was right behind me wants to come in, and it's the first one right here, and this is an unload. Quick. Hi. Hello. Fantastic. Concrete's here. love trains. What's up?
All I heard when I walked in was I love trains.
There's context. I'm right.
No.
It doesn't matter? Okay, fair enough. My sister was walking past and the very first thing she heard me say is, I love trains. What is the concrete look? No. Needs to be kind of like a gray. 12, you reckon? Like that? I think that's a concrete platform. It'll do. It'll do. Yeah, this only needs one exit. Looks like the concrete bags. Fair. Fair, actually. So I'm really torn. That's a long way to run a belt. Like that all the way over there is a really long way to run a belt. And what I was thinking was having like a drone station to fly things around my city. And like that, I don't even think is... It's not even deep enough water to use for anything. If it was 3 or 4 belts under the road, well, I could, but I don't need belts. I like the idea of a ton of drones flying around, but the problem is I also have a pretty limited supply of fuel. I am making turbo fuel to use for my jetpack and a few drones in the computer base, but it was sort of did I even put it in? It was sort of like tacked on as an extra, and so I didn't even put it in my plan. It's making like 6 fuel a minute or something. It might have been tacked onto the power plant area. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is. Okay, it's making 9. It's making 9 fuel a minute, and there's already 4 drones running off it over there, plus my own personal stash. So like, it's okay. We're still making more than I'm using, but I don't actually have like a supply of fuel for my drones. So maybe we do just run a belt. Such a long way to run a belt though. It's got to go all the way over there. And restocking all your... So that is the other thought, but then that's like another side satellite project, which is like just find a way to make a bunch of packaged rocket fuel, I guess. And then that's like another stop making this base, go make a side project, make rocket fuel, and then hang on, I need to visit the bathroom real quick. So the thing is, I know I'm going to need more power before nuclear, and I know that when I do that, I'm going to make a rocket fuel power plant. because that's way better, right? Right? And so I didn't really want to make packaged rocket fuel until I was doing that, because I figured I'd be able to piggyback it off the same rocket fuel system. Right, like I just be like, okay, we make rocket fuel here, and then we package this much and we send the rest to power. That was the thought anyway. Why do you have roads if you don't have trucks on it? I could run trucks. I do have these 5x5 things right here. This could be beside the train station, could be a little truck stop. And it could truck things in instead of belt things in. I don't hate that. But those still need fuel. They still need fuel though. Same thing though, right? They still need fuel. Right, I'll be back in a moment. We just need to figure out the planning tool more, so my buildings are more efficient. Made it pretty far last time I played, but I don't remember anything about what I was doing. Yeah, this doesn't feel like the kind of game you could stop playing for a few months and then just come back and reload your world. You'd be like, what? What? You just won't know what's going on. I really didn't want to run a belt the whole way down, but I don't have a permanent fuel solution currently. What on earth? Okay. One nice big concrete line leads straight into our logistics floor. Now, where am I going to bring the concrete up? Because you need to be on this level. Specifically, you need to be fed in here and here. So that's where the concrete come in. And that's where the concrete come in. So from our logistics floor, we'll do the same bullshit where we go having logistics floors is OP. You two face each other. Perfect. One splitter goes here, but coming from this direction. That's right in the middle. That'd be perfect. Which means you get another hole, which can go... Do you get to be right up there like that? I think you do. I don't think that connected. Try it again. There we go. this is where the concrete has to come in, which is going to be okay. So it should be like right there. No, one over. Like right here. I think that's going to be right. Damn. Back one. Click. Hold. A little bit further. Actually, what would be even better is if you just came all the way to the edge like that first. And then you could go up to the roof. And in there. And that'll pump it up. And that'll pump it up. And those will go sideways to there. And then... excuse me. In the floor hole. What are you doing? There we go. Oh. You're supposed to go in that way. You know what? It looks... Will that look cool? Yes. Yes, it will. We've got tons of room too. Fantastic. Saves me editing anything. Boom. We have concrete. Okay, so the next bit is to get this stuff up here, which I would like to do. And I would very much prefer if this came in from like here. Yeah, the question is, do we try and do underneath power, or do I accept over the top power from here? Yeah, let's do it like that. But first, so you're gonna do those two machines, and then we come to these two, and we put it, whatever, here. We do those two. Then we come over here and put it wherever. Then we come over those two and we put that wherever. And then we come to the end and we put that wherever. Cool. So in theory, these machines are ready to go. So we'll just connect that up and connect that up and connect that up and connect that up. They're very quickly going to turn back off again because they've only got enough room to fill all those. There are no buffers or boxes anywhere here. But on you go, buddies. Perfect. Perfect, they all run. They all converge up under the logistics floor to split between those two. And then they'll fill their machines up and that'll be about it. Because they'll fucking run out of places to put stuff and they'll all turn off. So you're your own building. What do I even do with this stuff for now? I mean, I guess let's cut that one real quick. That way we can connect all these and flick them all on at once and just make sure that they run. Okay, so everything up here is now also ready. Let's just check there's steel ingots all the way to the end in every machine, concrete in every conveyor lift. Okay, so the whole bottom floor is good. It creates. Concrete comes from train. It provides enough, I'm pretty sure. I don't even know how I would possibly know if it's gonna create enough or not. So I guess if it stops running, we add an extra cart. Power on. Why you not have enough steel? Oh, it just takes a while. Right. Oh, you're actually loading 120 steel a minute. And that is an MK1 belt on all of my steel stuff. That's actually not going to work. I'm going to go with MK3, I think. So I want to over provide. In between it is MK5 still, right? Yeah, sweet. Well, much better. Steel beams, steel pipes, both being made. Lots of both of them, and they will come to a grinding halt because that's the end, and I don't have anywhere to put them yet. But fantastic. That whole part of the plant works. That whole satellite plant works. I just put double storage as buffers. I mean, like I could, but there won't be. So I've done that everywhere else, but every base that I do, I'm doing something different, like something different in the building technique or whatever. And in this one in particular, which is going to make 2 elevator parts, what I've done in this base is balance the entire base from front to back so that I can make exactly 10 field generators and 5 thermal propulsion rockets in this whole base, without any extra of anything being made anywhere. So there should be no need for storage buffers of any kind. Every single step should make exactly what is required to get to the last step. Oh yeah, it's a lot, but this time I have tried to make every single bit exactly what the thing after it needs. That's been the idea anyway, which should, in theory, lead me to a perfect 10 magnetic field generators and 5 thermal propulsion rockets. In theory. Now, there'll be plenty of room to make all of this prettier when we're done, which I may or may not do. They may just end up being fucking open double rooms. That would be silly. I definitely will have to make them pretty. This is going to be a city. Okay, so next step, I guess we just work forward. So I just made these, and those go to all sorts of different places. They actually go fucking just about everywhere. That is insane. Okay. So I don't think that's actually the next stop then. So the next real stop is going to be rubber and plastic, which both need not that much plastic, quite a bit of rubber. Quite a bit of rubber. Okay, well. What else needs to get shipped in? Hold on. Okay, that's fine. So my radio control units, my fused modular frames, and my heat sinks should all be able to come in one station and just get smart split out under the train station. Because they're all three of those are very low quantity items. But I will use a whole train station for rubber, a whole platform for rubber, and a whole platform for plastic. We're also going to need nitrous gas, though. We're going to need 2 trains. Luckily, I have 2 train stations. Okay. I mean, you're gonna struggle to offload any more. Oh, well, you'll get a little bit more in there. This is the buffer. That's it. There's no boxes after this. That's the buffer. So we're gonna want rubber, which I guess will be just that color. And plastic, which that's not plastic enough. Plastic? Yeah. So you should be set to unload. And you should be set to unload. And now I need to send rubber and plastic here. So rubber on the 2nd, plastic on the 3rd. Rubber on the 2nd, plastic on the 3rd. Let me write that down or I'll forget it. Rubber 2, plastic 3. Okay. Let's go get some. I would like you to go to Mega Messy, please. I actually love how quick this is. buddy. Back to the first train area where it's all wobbly and terrible, because these were my first train tracks. A lot of waviness in these ones. Ta-da! Bye-bye, buddy. Now, am I using you at all? I have to be, right? Good, I'm only using the fourth one, which is where aluminum casing is coming in. That's good because these are backwards. They need to go away. Bye. Bye. We just put that back in there. There we go. It could have been all my factories. Okay, rubber 2, plastic 3. So rubber 2 is going to be that one, and plastic 3 was going to be, I think I colored it like that. And that one's aluminum, so you can get like a chrome finish. Nope, that's not right. Yeah, there we go. So you're unloading. Yep, cool, but you're barely using. Just fine. So you're gonna load, and you're gonna load. So this one, when it comes to Mega Messy, load none. Safe. You're only here to unload. Oh, cancel. Safe. Just making sure that that's right, because this one only delivers aluminum casings. Okay, so I have to get plastic and rubber over here, and I don't actually need it to go really fast right now, but I might as well make it go double belted in, right? I might as well double belt it in. Question is, where the fuck is all my rubber and plastic? Because my lord, I should have built a basement level for the train station. Okay, this place is a problem. Yeah, I know I've got a lot of rubber and plastic somewhere. Tons of it, actually. Well, there's the plastic. Interesting. So that's the plastic that's getting used in the machine in here, which is fine. So that'll be the rubber that's getting used in here. So the way that that is set up, the dimensional depots beforehand, so that's good, and the dimensional depots beforehand, so that's good. Those are the overflow pipes. So that's good. That is the overflow pipe, so that's good. So I can come out the top here, but I only get the one belt. The one belt is still 780, which is double what I'm going to use here, and I will get to upgrade the belts. Plus they get to load the truck in between, so it should be fine. Okay, well, I think I want you to be in the subfloor. I think I want you both to be in the subfloor. And I would prefer that you came from your own belt. On a... Not like that. Maybe like that. Fantastic. Plastic, same deal. Fuck are you? Oh, you're the... Yep, yeah, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Plastic, you come down to here. You're the plastic that's gonna leave the base, and you head into the sub basement again. Perfect. I now have a plastic and rubber entry in our sub basement. I want to pull down every base I've made. Every single base I've made, I want to tear it apart. Every single one of them. That's a lie. The Illumina base I'm actually relatively happy with. But everything else needs to be gone. It's all bad. I hate everything. Look. Okay, so well, are you doing that in phase 4? I'm not gonna. There's too much stuff that runs. Like it works. It works. I can't do that. But I really wanna. Where's my... So that's where the casings come from. And where's my floor holes that say where my rubber and plastic is supposed to go? Did I not put any down? I didn't put any down. Silly Baylor. You're under there looking for a way to figure out what to put where, and there is no way because you haven't put the fucking holes in yet. And those are not even the right place for the holes to go. These are the right places for the holes to go. 2 is rubber. 3 is plastic. Okay, cool. We'll paint them. That's not the right one. Okay, rubber on the right, plastic on the left. No, plastic on the right, rubber on the left. Oh God, look at where they want to come out. Oh no. Okay. Well, you're coming from this direction then. Fuck. Okay, plastic closer to me. Plastic go here. Rubber go there. There's room for 2 belts to squeeze right through the middle here. All the way from here. Cool. That's actually... Is there enough room for 2 belts here? Yes. Yes, there is. Fucking just. No. 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 Okay. So you're going to come out here, and then the close one that makes the first turn is going to be the plastic, and that makes the second turn is going to be the rubber. So at least I've labeled the plastic one. Straight lines, please. Far back as you'll let me go. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. This base I made too big. Like, it's too big as a single building. I very much prefer the idea I'm doing at the new place, which is like, yeah, it's a big area, but I've made a bunch of separate buildings, sort of pseudo turning it into a city or whatever. Well, didn't load that low enough, but whatever. Oh, no, maybe it did. So what comes out on this belt? Rubber. Okay, unfortunate. That's the plastic one. So the plastic comes from this side. Which means if I don't want them to cross over, we do that there. We bring this forward still a bit more. And then you do that but shorter. That but shorter, please. I mean, you can force it to go shorter. But then how will I make that? Oh, no, that'll work. Right? I think it'll work. Right? So what we do is we come out of here and we hook up a belt like that. Ah, I've done the whole thing backwards. Alright, fuck off trying to be neat then. I'll do something else. Oh no, I'm trying to be neat about everything. Nope, fuck you. Up into the sky you go. And then straight into there. That'll do. Now plastic comes flying down. Hi, plastic. And I would like to work my way backwards with the rubber too. Whee! Whee! Oh, not quite. What? Yes. And down the rubber go. Okay, now in order to avoid any shenanigan with belt height, you just put a temporary bullshit down here and a temporary bullshit across there like that. More than enough. Gets me where I need to go. Perfect. Okay, now what does that look like if I just try and throw that in there? 'Cause I think it'll work like that. Huge. And now all I need to do to make the other one work is get into line there first. And then I bet you'll just climb your way in there. Well, you lost the correct color because I was using the thing, but that's fine. I'll just recolor that bit of that line. All right, plastic and rubber into the train station. You're only loading up at 780 a minute, but that's half what I'm using anyway, and you'll be able to load the area anyway. Yeah, in theory, aluminium delivery should not do anything. Load none. Cool. Cool. You're just here to drop off the casings. You're gonna do nothing about this. Perfect. So do I have a train that would deliver this? Do I even have a train that would deliver this yet? I don't even think this one does anything. I don't think I have an alumina service. I have a bottle service, which I haven't started running anything to yet. I have concrete delivery, and I have this one, which I think is my just double train that's just running around doing nothing. It's this one right here. It's this one right here. It's this one right here. Stop. Stop. Come back. Come back. Come back. Damn it. Okay. So I need a rubber and plastics deliverer. I need a rubber and plastics deliverer. Why not delete that train instead of running after it? I mean, you can't delete a moving train. It won't let you. You have to get into it to stop it from driving or catch it in a stationary position somewhere. Transport. Time to put a new train down. There's a new train. You're going to get yourself 4 freight cars. There we go. And then we're going to name you. You're named Plastic. Kardashians. I definitely won't forget what that's doing. Okay, you're gonna go from Mega Messy into, I think it was Space in 1. And here you're going to load in Mega Messy. You're going to unload none. And you're going to load rubber and plastic. Save. And then in Space in 1, you're going to load none and you're going to unload rubber and plastic. And currently, that is your only route because no one else needs rubber or plastic. So, since I set up this intersection so that if a train needed to, it could actually visit both stops by going in a loop, it should go straight in here. It should pick up both the rubber and the plastic. Perfect. And then it should bring the rubber and plastic to me, exactly where I want it to go. Interesting. This particular train, I've actually put aluminum casing pickup on the 4th on a different train. And I'm pretty sure I need aluminum casing somewhere, just not a lot of it, right? Or do I not? No, I need heat sinks. Okay. Well, I could put heat sink on 1. What am I bringing in? No, I'm bringing in concrete on 1. Okay, the answer is more trains. The answer is always more trains. I'm gonna stick with the 4 crate car crate. I'm gonna stick with the 4 freight cars per train for this playthrough anyway. But I think 6 might be the right number. Like if I was to build again, I think I'd build every single train 6 freights long. Perfect, you're gonna come in the end. I'm gonna jump out and watch. Uh-oh, hope I set these to unload. I did. Ta-da! All our rubber and plastic needs shall be fulfilled from another base. Thanks, buddy. Rubber in the rubber hole, plastic in the plastic hole. All right. Fucking nailed it. Yeah, why did I choose to do that right now? Oh, because like fucking every other next step needs one or the other. And so they needed to just be here. They needed to be here because I'm about to get into this middle area and they're just... There just could be all sorts of things here. Though, it does look like my total throughput for rubber and plastic is only 350 rubber and 66 plastic. So that one train will provide way more than enough of both. I just need a... I'll just need to split them appropriately on this side, but that's fine. Aha. And this is why we were doing it, because the next step, I believe, is to take all of our ore we're make these 2 factories, and then after that we got to start making this stuff, which is going to use the rubber and the plastic. So let's see. So these are the 3 things that are made out of raw ingots. So Caterium goes there, Caterium goes there, and iron goes there. So both these factories need Caterium and copper. And they do need to be, well, not necessarily separate buildings, but at least separate floors. This one just makes iron for that one. But you come in the base the same place as everything else does. So, over we go to wherever the fuck we're going over there. So, I have all my ore coming in here, which means I don't want to go too far away before I make all of the things, but we do want to start heading back towards everything else, roughly. So, for instance, this could be its own small building right here. Which one of you would only require a small building? This one. This one right here only requires a small building. And it gets the iron closer to where I want to make the rubber and plastic stuff, which is going to be in that direction. Okay, so right here is just going to be a small iron plate factory. It's going to require 3.13 of these. I'm going to make it 4, and it's just going to turn my iron ingots into iron plates. I would like you to face the other way, actually. We go that way, I think. A freaky event? Nope. So in this side we'll go iron, and out that side we'll go iron plates, which I think I'm fine with. That is basically directly in the center of my building. Nailed it. Coloring, not that happy. You're making iron plates. I've been using this white paint for aluminum, so maybe like a, I mean, you don't change very much. Maybe like I mean, it's not very different, but it is somewhat different. It's just like a non-shiny version, basically. Fantastic. So, this side is the in for iron. So you get a little fucking hole right there. Was it that one? Yeah. Switch 3. Cool. And that one's going to be the out. We'll worry about that in a moment. So this is where I now want the iron to come in. Hmm. Oh, damn. Those were the 3 I used down there, but I split them up. Ooh, but it will let me reattach them like that. Oh, that's so sexy. Like that, they were just like, oh, close enough. The whole thing was just like, close enough. That'll connect. Thanks, buddy. What am I using right now? Do you mean like what fuel am I using in general, or what am I using to stay in the air right now? Or like what am I using to power my base? All the power stuff? I think turbo fuel? I think I was at turbo fuel last time I like when I made the things. Okay, how does that look? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I currently have a turbo fuel power plant, which is giving me, oh, can't look on those, which is giving me 26k total, of which I'm only using 13 right now, but my max is 20. I'm sure I have enough to build this city. I'm pretty sure I have enough to build the next component, which will be this one right here, the assembly director. I'm not sure whether or not I'll get to fit nuclear pasta onto the current grid, or whether I will have to build power before nuclear pasta time. But I will be able to finish this city that builds those two, and then the assembly director. I'm certain that I'll be able to fit both of those. Nuclear pasta's a whole different thing. I don't know whether I'll get to fit that in or not. Okay, so I was using the iron ore to go into iron plates, right? That was the current plan. .13. Okay, but like how many iron plates do I need? 62.5. Let's call that 16.6, which is like technically ever so slightly over. And if I have all of you run like that, then I don't have to like underclock one to be a little baby machine, right? I can just have them all running at like an okay-ish amount. Wait, 15.625. 15.6, right? And then the extra 25 I just put on one of them. So 0.25, 625 per machine times 4. So one of them goes to 15.7. That's all. That should be the perfect amount. In theory. Do I come in from under or do I come on the logistics floor and over? Honestly, there's a room on this logistics floor. So I think you come over this way. Some kind of the mod community in the base game. I don't know what that means, belt utilization counter. You mean the thing to see how many things are on a belt? The throughput? Because we do have that. This is the base game. I can put that on anywhere and it'll tell me how much is running on a belt. I mean, nothing here is running, so like putting one down wouldn't do anything, but you can. Okay, just about nailed where I want that to go. Just get rid of that one. Yoink that and go in there. Yoink that and go in there. Let's still play a bit of random maps. They were talking about that. About like how they never wanted to put random maps in because everything was like really well thought of, but that it is a pretty decent idea for like a challenge mode of having randomized nodes. The map would still be the same, but like all the nodes could be randomized. Ka-ching. They work. Yeah, I can worry about where they go later. But they're all making iron plate, which is fantastic. And by later, I mean right the fuck now, I guess. Like, I mean, why not? So the next one across, we need adhered iron plates, which I think I can just make run on 4 assemblers. I wonder if this is just a higher building and we put our assemblers above that and we just overclock them slightly so they fit in the same building, because we're not splitting iron plates into anything, right? Like iron plates get used for one thing and it's to make reinforced iron plates. They just need rubber. Or no, we don't make it a taller building, we make it a slightly wider building. Boom. More room for more building. This one doesn't need to be a taller building, but it does need assemblers, and it needs 4 of them. Now let's see, I have some pretty wide assemblers here, so that's where the in would come from and that's where the out would go, but we have a logistics floor, so we can still have it face the correct way. Hold, because this is now one whole building and I want to fit, how many of these do I really need? I don't mind using overclockers and underclocking and whatnot. Where'd it fucking go? God damn it. So it says 5.46, but I think we just run that in 4 machines because it'll be a lot neater. And we'll just have to overclock them a bit. We've got plenty of power. So what I need is to make $20 and 5/6. Okay. So 21. So I need to make 21 iron plates per minute. And I need to do that in 4 machines. So 21 divided by 4 would be 5.25. So I need each of you to make 5.25 of... I'm sorry, do I not have the reinforced iron plate recipe that I'm looking for? Hold on. I do. Iron plate. Adhered iron plate. That's the one. Thank you. Okay. Adhered iron plate. And I need you to make how many a minute? 5.25. So if I need you to make 5.25, what do you need? Only 140? Fantastic. Copy, Paste, paste, paste. Fantastic. Okay, so that's going to go down there. This is the inside, so you're going to go away. I'm going to reconnect the bits in my blueprint that don't connect. We will have to work on whatever the fuck is causing that. Should happen on this side as well. Okay, fantastic. So you're getting, I think it was swatch 3. Did that. Let's check if these can run on. Yeah, they need sweet fuck all so they can keep their slow belts. I really like keeping the slow belts when I can, like going into and out of the machines when appropriate. Just these little bits. I love keeping the slow belts. Makes it look like they're moving. And this on the top, rubber. That's tight. Well, that's fine. Doink. Copy that one. Okay, so that's where the iron plates will go. Oh, we get dizzy to look at it. Actually carries what it can. Slow moving belts are nice to look at. Yep. Like I still have my fastest belt here because you never have any idea how long the manifold's going to be. Like maybe even though these machines are only taking in 11 plate, like there could be fucking 22 of them in a row. I don't know how much I need coming down these belts in the blueprints, but what I do know is that the machines themselves could only take a little bit, right? And they only put out a little bit, so they can be Mach 1 belts and it's just fine, right? Like it'll never take more than 60. That's 60 a minute still. I'm only even overclocked. I'm only taking fucking 11 or 15, I guess. Right? So like, it's fine. Okay, so the next thing will be right there, where you get to connect to that one, like that. Boom, fits perfectly. And you get this, there you go. So this one on here is going to be rubber, which is almost certainly going to come in from there. And the next one, this one, is going to be the iron plates that are just getting made over there. So you're going to come in this way. Nice logistics floors, my favorite. Straight from there to there, like that. Boom. iron plates feed into all the machines very quickly. So there's my iron plate into there. Now I just need to deal with rubber. Now, how many places are going to need rubber? So this needs rubber. What else needs rubber? How many things are coming off my rubber? Oh God. Everything. Everything is coming off the rubber. So let's see. The quick wire is going to come off the rubber. That is coming off the rubber. That which gets made by quick wire is coming off the rubber. Actually, it gets made by normal wire, but it's still gonna... Where else are you going? Oof, into this part also? And into that part. Jesus Christ. Okay, you get used everywhere, but in varying amounts. So let me just throw you back over here. Which means we're gonna have to do some... We either let it like manifold through a whole fucking system, or through the whole base, or we do some load balancing. Or you can do a sort of hybrid approach where you sort of like roughly load balance, but let everything be like a little bit over the top. And it won't matter and it'll still sort of roll out. As long as everything can get enough. So for instance, this place right here only needs 20 rubber per minute, which is a pretty fucking mild amount. So do I just split it off everywhere and let rubber be the thing that backs up? Okay. There's no real way without a ton of load balancing, like a ton of load balancing, to do anything. So I would like... Do I even need a box? Or does this count as my box? I feel like this counts as my box. I was like, oh, well, I need to bring them in, but this counts as my box. This is a box. Right, I feel like that is a box. You're also only going to need a single hole. You want a downstream buffer from the station? Do you though? Like, do you though? Like, I don't even know. I guess I don't even know whether this is like delivering enough. Like, it says incoming transfer rate. Is this if everything worked perfectly? Because if this is if everything worked perfectly, that's actually not enough rubber, and I need a second rubber cart. Because I'm gonna use how much fucking rubber am I using? I'm gonna use 345 rubber a minute in this base. But I feel like, I don't know, is this like, does this count? Like, is it losing count because it's filled the boxes now? Or is this actually how much rubber we'll get here on this current track? Because I still have an unused platform, so I could have a second platform of rubber come if I needed it. See, this one says has been full forever though, and it says incoming transfer rate 269 items per minute, and it's been full forever. So I think it actually is the estimated like amount. I'm saying that number is the last number it got. Oh, you're thinking like whatever the last round trip was, it's giving me that number, probably. Yeah, it's now static because the last trip was the last time it took any, because I haven't taken any since then. A duplicate train. I mean, so yes, I can just have a second train. I could also just use this extra platform, but it also might be that there just is enough rubber coming on that, and the way Shad said it is what's happening. The last time it dropped off 179 items per minute in whatever it was, right? Well, there's actually a little bit of room here. So I'm just going to take out 2 stacks and that's it. I'm just going to see if this changes, because this thing's bringing in way more. It full. And see, the plastic won't change because it's full. But the rubber might. Now it says 108 items per minute. That is significantly lower. Okay, so it's not going to count until it's running. I think it's going to bring in more than enough. I think it's going to bring in more than enough. $1,800 per minute. No, I've got 600 and something a minute extra on that one. I'm using 345 of it here. I had about 700 extra plastic and about 600 extra rubber getting made in my plastic and rubbers facility. Round trip, yeah. So I think the buffer on the train is enough, because that's more than this whole base is going to use. Like, there's enough for the train to like miss the station twice before I'd run out. Damn it, this is a pink belt. Rubber. Okay, copy that. Okay, you'll do. Alright, so these guys should all make power from... Where did I put the fucking power nubbin? In this blueprint. Aha. Right there. Boom. Oh, right. You don't have any rubber. Right. That's what I was bringing you over for. Which means you're one of the first splits that need to grab rubber. So... Interesting. How am I going to do that? Like that? Yeah, actually, like that. Yep, cool. In you come with the rubber. And on the machines go. Fantastic. Right, so this whole area ends up being one building. And it makes fucking reinforced iron plate. That's its job. And how much exactly were we making? 20 and 5/6. I rounded it up to 21. We're making 21 reinforced iron plate a minute. Bigger. It's actually the whole building, so we can go in the middle of this building like this. Boom. So now they have steel pipes at 560, steel beams at, you know what? You should use the same sign. You don't need billboards to be that big. You just don't. Per minute. I mean, everything is per minute, so I guess I could just say reinforced iron plate 21. Okay, well, that's the next step, and that will stop. That'll all stop as soon as these machines fill up. Which they'll actually run for a few minutes because they don't make them very quickly and they can stack to 100. So they'll keep running for a little while. But next. Okay, so the next thing that goes into requires more shit. This one, however, does not require more shit. The order in which to build throws me a little bit. So we're already making them. So we just made those. You need stuff. You need two things I've already made. You need next to make 12.5 modular frames per second or per minute. And you're going to use the steel pipes that I already have. And you are the only thing using the steel pipes. I'll explain why there's not very many steel pipes. So we're going to make those next. Modular frames. Now, where am I going to put modular frames? So I've got steel pipes coming from reinforced plate right here. And I've got steel pipes right there. So I think that modular frames can go on this side. Yeah, let's do that. So you're gonna jump out here. Hey, that doesn't look right. Why would you do that? There you go. I'm just doing that so there will be a path that way. And I think right here, just on this corner is where I make my modular frame factory. Now, you only need 4 constructors. So the question is, do we go too high or too wide? You're a single machine? So I think we go wide. Although, I mean, 4 assemblers fit on a 5x5. I don't even think we go wide. You're just one building. You're just one building that sits in the corner. But how did you guys even get up here? We're in the fucking sky. What? How? There are no ramps to the floor. How are you up here? Can you fly and I don't know about it? There's fucking 2 of you. That's insane. I don't understand. How did they get here? Okay. Power under there. Power under there. Power under there. No problem. Well, okay, whatever. 2 assemblers, please. Well, I actually want 4 assemblers, please. But if I just hold that... We did just discover that they fit. But they kind of only just fit. But they also do fit. And it's not really just. There's plenty of space here. Plenty's a stretch. There's enough space here. Plenty is a little bit of a stretch, but it'll do. Okay, and you require 2 things. They both want to get fed in from this side. You're going to make modular frames out of that one. Steeled frame recipe. Now, you actually need to make 12.5 total. Which means there'll be a tiny bit of overclocking. Because each machine is going to need to make 3.125, which I don't think is going to work. I don't think it likes decimal points like that. No, it likes decimal points only to 2 decimal points. So how do I split that up properly then? I make all of them 3.1 and I make one of them 3.2, right? Man, no, then I need to overclock everything. I think that's bad. I think I just have the one machine that goes 117%. That makes 3.15. And the other ones just make that one. The other ones just make 3. It just doesn't make sense to split it out when you only need slightly extra. So I need to make 12.5. So that's 3, 6, 9, 12.5 because that one is overclocked. I think that's better this time. As much as I like to spread them evenly when I can, I think this is one of those times. Okay, so iron plates are gonna come in there and my stitched ones are gonna come in there. Cool. So can we make it that close? I think it can. I mean, I could if I could line things up. Boom. Okay, so you are where the steel is going to come from. Oops, not like that. I think you're just coming straight off the road. Where you're gonna get a good piping. Oh, you're only one of the ways that pipes go though. Pipes go a bunch of places. Okay. So, if pipes go a bunch of places, then we're gonna need to choose where I get the pipes underneath. Okay, so pipes are gonna get made. Cool. All right. Pipes are getting made here. So I'm actually gonna send pipes down a little bit in front of all of the machinery. Really? Too close? Okay. I feel like it's definitely not, but sure, you be like that. No problem. Yeah, alright, sure. Okay. Cool. There go the pipes. So one off the edge at the seam, which means same here. One off the. Get out of my base, my dude. You are just constantly in the way. You are just constantly in the way. I'm in the sky. How did you get up here? They arrived by train, clearly. Clearly. Okay, one to the floor hole. Down to the floor hole. What? 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 That's upsetting. Let's pretend we didn't see that. Boom. Should leave me with a floor hole somewhere. Oh, over here. Hi, friend. Ta-da, steel pipes. Okay, since we're running belt highways already, I would love for this to work out a little bit neat. How am I going to make that a little bit neat? There's nothing. Just underneath is just going to become fucking spaghetti central, isn't it? It's just gonna become a mess under here. And that's just how it is, right? I don't know how else to Okay, so I'm going to be using them on this side. But there's no fucking shot. There's just no shot that I'm gonna always be using them on this side of the road. There's just no way. But I can fucking try in an effort to attempt to keep things organized. And I like that. I like that. I like that belt. Thank you. I don't know how it would be possible for anyone to do like a mega base or any kind without without like logistics flaws. Like I feel like you have to have underneath, otherwise like you're fucked basically. Okay, lots of pipe gonna get used. Lots and lots of pipe. But for now, this is the first place getting pipe. And you're gonna get your pipe right there. Which means that is where you're getting your first splitter. Preferably in line with this thing. If you'll let me. By telling me where that fucking... There's no way that's right. I don't know what it is you think you're hooking up to. It's something up there. It's something up there. But that ain't right. There'll be somewhere closer to here, if you don't mind. Boom. Steel pipes in. Steel pipe runs into the machines. Cool. So just if you're hooked, it is safe to assume I'm hooked. Okay, so now I need an exit, which is what way? This way? So this is where you come out, which is unfortunate because it's where rubber comes in. Actually, it's not that, that's not unfortunate at all. That's actually fine. Because we're gonna send you on the journey this way. To be fair, even if I wasn't enjoying Satisfactory, I would not be playing Pee-wee right now. You're not your jam? ARPGs just not feeling like my jam right now. Just real burned out on them. Just burned out in general of ARPGs. So... So you could just duck under and come up, but I think what would be even better to keep you out of the way of everything else would be... Oh, that would be even better actually. Because what if you went down like magic into the next underfloor, right? And then this guy did the same fucking thing. That way you're at a lower level than all of the belts that run up and down, because you only need to cross. Yeah, multi-level belting. Afterwards you just throw a wall hole in, a floor hole, so it like looks like it's supposed to be there, even though it technically doesn't do anything. But it looks good. Do the same thing over here, just in case anybody ever sees it. We're like, why is that coming through the floor like magic? It's not. There's a floor hole just right there. See? See? Floor hole. No problem. Okay. So these two get their nubbins fucking to touch. These two touch nubbins. Where are the nubbins? There it is. That nubbin touches that nubbin. And now your nubbins touch. And then this one. Or this one goes all the way down here. Boop. Disappears. It's gone, don't worry about it. And connected. And ta-da! The assemblers are on. One slightly overclocked assembler, but otherwise good shit. Honestly, you just don't need to be that fucking bright. Uh, 12.5 per minute. Boom. Are you making any? Yes, here they are. Whew. Man, I like every time I finish a thing, I'm like, great, another building built. Fantastic, good job. And then I'm like, look back at my thing and I'm like, oh, there's still just like, I've made nothing. I've made nothing. There's still so much. There's still so much to do. Now I could, in theory, finish this production line right now because I got the modular frames running. The steel beams are already there and the rubber's put in. That would get me my versatile framework, which is one of the two things that is required for that. So since I've already pumped in the rubber, I just did the module frames and the steel beams are done. I think it's time for that versatile framework. No, because I want you to get made a little bit closer. So I want to stick to, like, I've still got stuff down this side of the city that wants to get made. I actually want to make this shit down this side. So I think what we actually do is go from back to our ingots here. And we make these factories and then we plumb our plastic down. We make those and then we make those a little closer to the train station. We make these down here again, but then we make motors a little bit closer to the train station. The idea should be by the time we get to here, these buildings are relatively close to the train. So the whole city is sort of building towards that area. But we can spread out. We can go sideways anywhere we want. We can do fucking, and it's tons of room. Funnily enough, I actually won't need that much space here. And I do wonder if I just build like around here for all these parts, if I get to say build the next space elevator part, which is technically separate, but like in this city, I'm just like, from here, this is where this one other thing gets made. And then be like, oh, it's time for nuclear pasta. And that has to be somewhere else because I need fucking 7 billion copper or some shit. I mean, I guess I could like fucking bustle the copper in as well. Make all the copper powder here. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Visit the bathroom. I'll be back in a moment. God. We've made 4 small production line factories, plus all of the stuff out the back. Feels like I've done nothing. Feels like I've done nothing. Project too big. Right, back in a moment. Okay. Alright. So the next thing is we need wire for fucking everything. My God. 18 wire machines. For quick wire. And then 5 for regular wire. Okay. So let me think about that for a minute. So 6 a floor if we go 3 high. If we go 3 high, we'd need 6 a floor. Okay. And the wire's gonna get used in literally fucking everything. And it is all coming in. Right there. And that is everything that that is used for. So where would be a good place to build that? We come off to the side here. How many things need? How many different buildings am I fucking building wire into? Jesus. Okay, sure. Sure. Okay, so I don't think on this side is the right play. I want it to head slightly back towards, so let's say we come off here. But we do it like we actually build another road here, I think, behind this one. And then all the wire in the world it's made off the end here. And then we'll reconnect another road to the front of the factory, however big it is. I think it's going to be 2 wide and then 3 tall. That's what I think's going to happen. How am I gonna know how tall to build it? I didn't think about that. They're just assemblers, so they're actually only that high. Are they assemblers? Hold on. What makes all the wire? Yeah, they're assemblers, so they're like that. So what about page up 10? Not quite. Yeah, let's give them plenty of room by going page up 14 for the second floor. And then we'll do the same thing again for the next floor. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, that's some fucking wire. Well, that's some space to make some wire, I guess. So. Let's edit this bitch into blueprint. Load up a blueprint. Machines. Assemblers, go. Okay, so first of all, quick wire is going to be like a Caterium finish, yeah. I like the Caterium finish. Okay, so we got that to start with, but for some reason that connects, and for some reason this doesn't. Do I want to try and fix that? Well, I can always fix the front bit right here. That's easy. This will now connect. That will now auto connect. But this back bit, it really should auto connect. Like do you just need to be a bit longer? Just need to be a bit closer to the end because the other side auto connects. So let's see if that works. And since we're placing these two at a time, this is not the machine. It's an assembler. That's an assembler. I don't have the thing. Huh? Fused quickwire, alternate recipe in the assembler. Unable to scan, so I have everything here. I can't learn it. That's an assembler. Where's my quickwire? Oh, I'm just blind. Cool. Cool, I'm just blind. That's fine. No problem. Okay, so that's better. You're colored correctly. You're pumping out 90 a fucking minute. So them Mark 1 belts are not going to cut it. You're gonna have to get upgraded to Mark 2 on the way out. And then into the Max Mark 5. What about on the way in? You can stay. Okay, cool. Caterium. Now, how many am I gonna need? We're gonna run 18 of them. So three whole floors of 6. I just found this game tonight. 3 hours later, it's 2 a.m. and I'm calling in sick tomorrow. This is also my first playthrough, and ever since I started playing, it's been like 10 to 12 hour streams every day. I just keep losing track of time, and everything is great, and the further I get, the more complicated my plans get, like this, and it should fill me with dread and instead fills me with excitement, and I just keep going. So yeah, good stuff. Okay, so this one's going to be 3 floors of this. No, this only makes the normal wire. We want to make the fucking fused quick wire. Why can't I make quick wire? Am I blind? This doesn't make sense, actually. Quick. Fused sounds like foundry. I mean, it says assembler up here. Tier 5.5 assembler. That's a normal wire. I want quick wire. I mean, there's no way I can not learn it. Like it should be here. It won't be in a foundry, right? I'll just double check. No. And it looks like you haven't unlocked it. Sure. But I can't scan any more hard drives. And I have a huge hard drive library here. Quick wire. I mean, wire. So there's quick wire cable that gets me to make quick wire out of cables. There's quick wire stator that lets me make stators out of quick wire instead of regular wire. Oh. There's alternate iron wire. Use quartz solid steel ingots. Okay, I'll just look with my eyeballs. This is definitely a thing that I should be able to make. I've got a ton of hard drives here. We're actually in quite a bit of trouble if I can't. What? Why didn't you show up during wire, quick, or fused as a search? Mate, no, because the other stuff that was fused showed up. Now it does. Oh my god. It only searches what's on your screen, not the whole list. Yo, that's fucking worthless. What kind of a shitty search bar is that? What? 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 That's crazy. No. No. It loses the quartz that's up the top. It actually just only searches what's on your screen already. It doesn't search the whole list. That's crazy. Well, I got it. I knew I had it. Okay, so those are both going to make fused quick wire. What was I going to do again? 3 floors of 6 of this machine. No, absolutely not. Those are my old ones. I'd rather that was facing towards the front. And if you need to do 6, yeah, that should actually be good right there. So you should go 1, 2, which again won't connect that one no matter what. See that? It just won't connect. I think I need to put a little belt nubbin on that, but if I put a belt nubbin on that, it'll separate the machines a little, and I don't want to do that. So I fixed the front to connect, but the bottom there just won't.
I have found an amazing tool for fixing up plot holes in your world building. You literally just put in the sentence, "This is still a point of contention amongst scholars."
Or say a wizard did it, which is my favorite way. Okay. So there's my 3-floor high wire factory. It's probably gonna have a 4th floor. I think I'm gonna put the regular wire in the same spot. That's fine. It's fine. So there is technically room. Oh, that could look great though. I mean, it'll be a little bit of like a logistical issue, but what if, just imagine that I build the machine, that I build the actual building, right? I only need 5 for the front. I could actually make it 4. I could actually make it 4 for the regular wire with just a bit of overclocking. So I could have this bit in the middle, put regular wire on it, and I could build this into one giant building that sort of has an outskirt here. And then the regular wire can be like shown at the front of this factory, and the other wire could come streaming down the sides. I don't hate it, but let's worry about that next. First things first. Let's connect some power up to the road so that I never fall off while I'm doing anything here. And since we have multiple floors, oh, see, there we go. We fell off. Oh, we still fell off. We're not actually connected. Somewhere back here isn't connected. You bastard. There. Nice. Okay. And now, since we have multiple floors, we do this trick. Where it goes like this. To there. And from there. To there. And from there. To there. And from there. To there. And then every logistics floor can be powered like normal. Oh, you don't need one. It's the logistic floor that gets powered. Hello. Hello. Okay, done. Power around the whole building for infinite hovering in every direction. Cool. Finished and polished off my magic system today. I bet you didn't. And I don't mean that as an insult. What I mean is, I bet it changes. Right, anyway. Outputs. Inputs. So the assemblers actually want to come in from this side and go out that side. That's almost perfect because I'm almost certainly going to move each floor. Okay, so let's see what happens when I put, so that's 90. So it's 540. So it'd be 540 to a belt if I keep the floors on their own separate belts. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Although the problem is I do need 410 to go there. No, wait, that's not right. I need 303 to go there. 86 to go one way, 55 to go another, and then 1,131.7 to go to that. So that's more. that's more than a whole belt. So I'm gonna have to run 2 belts to this facility. Ah, right, okay. All right. So smart splitters time. We run all 3 floors as separate belts. One floor, preferably the bottom floor, I guess, gets 2 belts, right? And it just that floor just gets split between those 2 belts. And then this floor gets a belt. We split the belt in half and merge it into one of these lines, and we split this belt in half, merge it into one of those lines. And then a little further down, we also set up overflows on both of these so that when this machines and these machines back up, all the overflow ends up on the 2 lines that go in here. Like that's the only thing that I can think of, like logistically, is that we end up with a total of 4 lines. One heads to these 2 facilities, one heads to this facility, the other 2 head here, but the 2 that head here both get overflow fed into them from these 2 places. It's just the only way I can think of. And the overflow won't be balanced either. That's fine though. No, is it? Well, if I overclock one of them, it'll be 3 and 2 running off belts. Whereas if I run 6 of these and underclock everything, then I could run 3 and 3 off separate belts. Okay. All right. So this is where we need a box. We run this floor to here with an overflow that merges into a box. We run this floor to here and here with an overflow that merges into a box. We run the 3rd floor straight into that box. And then that box gets an entire floor plus the overflow of both of those. And then out of that box, it'll be a double box, comes 2 cables, 2 full lines. And then they run 3 and 3 machines at this side, which will just be slightly underclocked. I'll just underclock all of them, but I'll run a total of 6 assemblers. That way I'm keeping the wire even, and it's all coming out of a box equally. I think that is the neatest way to do this logistical nightmare when you need this much fucking cable. Yeah, all right. So our inputs have to be both ores or both ingots, and they literally just have to go straight up and into both of these holes. So I don't mind if you manifold through that at all. I actually don't mind if you manifold through that at all. So the question is, can you do it neatly? From a hole here and here. Like, is that too tight? Oh, this isn't the spot anyway. Inputs come in this side. Ah, perfect. Okay. So do they look stupid if they're right next to each other? If our lifts are like right there like that, do they look, is that too tight? I don't think so. I think that's all right. Right, so here is my next question. I do this. Will it do what I want it to do? That's actually not going to be right. I actually will want it to do that here. No, because that's going to have to be lead-ins. No, so it is right here. Okay, so here's the question then. If I grab this, and then I just fucking go for a fly, can I go through multiple levels at once? I fucking can. You fucking can. You beauty. You fucking legend. Okay. No. Okay, so that's great and all. But that's great and all. And the splitters will line up. Wow. Half line up apparently. Ooh, I mean, look, I'd be fine with it, but I mean, they sort of sit into each other, but I think that's okay. Absolutely.
That's chicken.
What is it? Chicken and cauliflower bake.
Those three.
What, have you not tried it yet?
Hard.
No, because I'm nervous. You're like, I've never made this before. You taste it first. Okay, sure.
So chicken.
Oh yeah, no, I'm happy with that.
Okay, cool. No, you're fine now. There's enough for the whole.
Maybe later. That should be enough at one go.
Yeah, cool.
Bunny, out you go. Freaky looks a bit different today. I think that's too much of an angle. Okay. How do I make that better then? How's the factory going, man? I mean, it's getting there. I'm building out some new stuff. You get rid of the belt hole it did fit. I don't know if you can just get rid of the belt hole like that. I mean, you can, but like, I don't know what happens to the lift. Like, how do you connect to the bottom of it again? Like, I think you don't. I think I needed to have built it all the way to the floor. I needed not build it into that hole specifically. Rather than building it to that hole, right? I think what I actually need to do is build it in this spot and then go from there all the way up to that hole like that. That way I don't have the hole on the first floor either. You don't want to see the fucking underground goddamn mess that I made recently. I made a bog. I made essentially a bog like base this morning. I realized how much room just making everything into ingots was gonna take. Like with all of these pure recipes being far more efficient, but also requiring water. And just a lot of those. It's not spaghetti. My other base is not spaghetti at all. But can you fucking, there we go. It's not spaghetti, but it is a bog base. It's also very close. Oh, so when I say a bog base, I mean it's literally built into the fucking... So these things need to go different ways, which is why they're split. But it's all stuff that comes from down there, right? We had to go on a little bit of fucking travel, but I realized how much space it takes to make all the ingots, and I was like, you know, that actually doesn't need to be. You'll die if you don't run into power again. It actually doesn't need to be built in my main base. So all of the ingots are actually fucking made in the water. It's a bog base. Like shit is in the, there's actually foundation down there. I built foundation in the fucking swamp and built everything onto that. Now it's all still quite organized. Like these pumps are for those machines. There's a whole loop there. It's pumping everything properly. It's all still very organized. Even like the power up here is fine, and then, you know, then there's a new set of machines with the same setup, the looped pipe and sending everything in. This bit requires 3 pumps instead. There's like 3 different kind of ingots just being made down here, which are just like fucking belted in from wherever they are, and then they all leave the same way. So I made like a bog over there just to make my 3 different kinds of ingots that my base needs. And then I ran all of the ingots in. Which I think doesn't look that bad once it gets here. I'm all right with it. And then this is where they split because they have to go different ways. And then I'm using the iron so far, and these 2 aren't being used yet, although they are what I am setting up, so they're probably gonna have to make their way all the way over here. Interesting. So now now that I've done that, I can make the splitters at the correct height for the belt. Oh, and that one doesn't need them because that's the end. Fantastic, actually. Okay. Sure. How dare you look different? There we go. Boom, ba-dum, dum. Okay. I mean, fantastic. The recipe says wet does not mean you have to build it in the water. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that you can't build it in the water either. Like, you can though. I think you get another level. I think you just get another level. It's either one more level or the other idea where we like build the front of the building only one floor and then we like have a building that's an odd shape. Although I do build a lot of buildings that are just boxes, so right now my buildings are mostly just box and then slightly different shaped box. And then occasionally box with a hat on it. Okay, well that's all the ends. So we can actually bring that shit over now. Nice floaty ore. I think that this might actually work the best. Yeah, I just have to delete one belt. But that's alright. That hanging belt just doesn't attach to anything anyway. Hold. Come out one. Click. Okay, so you'd actually be fine. Still back here, because that's underneath the road. So how quick of a turn can you do here without breaking the belts? Ooh, that's already a little tight. Ain't close enough. Yeah, we just get rid of this edge one. Don't need it. I think that was a much nicer way to get these two belts all the way over there. That way, I know I have a logistics floor, but like this way I'm not using the logistics floor to travel with raw ingots, which I think is fine. At least not until essentially fucking now. So if I go like there, and then I think there. Nope. Whatever. Back up a little. Back up a little. That'll do it. Ew. Ew, what happened there? How dare you? I thought if I did that you would like follow the same path like this and it would look fine. You did not. There we go. Okay, so you fill. You fill. And then you fill last, because it's still a manifold system. But they're all full pretty quick. Well, they're not all full pretty quick. That, speaking of awful, that's fucking awful. Okay. It's gonna be like that on every floor, isn't it? Silly blueprints. Easy. That is the easy part. That is by far the easy part. Those are ready to run once power goes on. Dealing with the rest of it. Ooh. This isn't Precium? No, it is. This is one of the new classes. Secret streamer only one. I'd stop coming back to look at me. You know you're not getting any human food. Dog. Two very big gorgeous ones. But you cannot have any because it's full of cheese. You're not allowed to have any cheese. Come back up. Back up. Come on. Away. Oh. Ah. I'm sitting with my legs crossed weird and I wouldn't ask and just try to steal it from the plate. Oh, right. Never chose to take anything off my plate. Yeah. The last cat we had would also never try and take anything off my plate. I mean, unless I left the room. He'd never take anything off my plate while I was in the room. He would definitely steal from my plate if I were not in the room. There's no chance at all that he wouldn't steal from my plate if I left, just to like go to the toilet or something. One of my cats does, the other one's a fucking monster, food monster. Nice. Dogs here also won't jump up and eat anything out of your bowl or plate or anything. But they will look at you. And they'll look at you real sad like while you're eating. They won't even like jump up or bark at you. They'll just sit near you and look at you really sad like. Until you let them have some. Are you dooming us to die? We have not eaten in 3 minutes. I mean, right though? Whew. Okay, so quick look over here again. Now, I didn't actually need, where are we? So I built 18, but I only need 17.52. But I've built 18. So this one uses the least amount. So I'm going to say the first floor, which uses the least amount. We're just going to say the one in the middle gets underclocked to only 52%. Boom. Now, fucking 90 quick wire is insane. Okay, so off the edge of this floor, how am I gonna do this? Okay, we need to think first. So this floor has the least. So, but even with it being the least, it's still way more than is needed here in this path. What is this going to build? I mean, this building is just building wire and quick wire. Right now, just quick wire, but I think I might put a top floor on it or a front floor on it for wire because it's made out of the same thing. I'm at the stage of it. Oh, just leave. You just go somewhere else. There's so much world. You don't need to tear everything down. There's so much world. Just walk away. Go find a new place to build. What this whole base will be building eventually is my 5 thermal propulsion rockets per minute and my 10 magnetic field generators per minute. That's the plan here. You even need that much? I feel like every 10 minutes is fine with the amount of time you need making other shit. I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea how much you need. But here's what I can tell you. This is my first playthrough. And here's what I can tell you for sure. Every single time so far that I have thought, am I making too much of this? I have not been. I have not been. It's not happened once. It's never once has that happened. I don't know what that says, but it's never happened. Anybody somewhere to go? It depends on what you're building. I can run you through what I do real quick to figure out where I want to go, if that helps. This is still only my first playthrough though, right? So like, I don't know if I'm doing it correctly, right? But let's just say real quick that I'm gonna make because this is the other project I was working on that I wanted to make, right? I wanted to automate my gun, right? I wanted to automate that. So let's say I was making that base, and let's just say for the sake of it that I already know I'm making aluminum somewhere, and I already know I'm going to make my packaged turbo fuel somewhere, right? And so I know I can train these two things in. It doesn't matter whether you've got a train or not or whatever. This is just the bit here is what's going to be important, right? So I decide what I'm building. I need to build this. It requires those, and I can actually do this again so that you can see it in this satisfactory modeler. I go, I want to make that, so I've got to build this. That requires copper sheets and smokeless powder. Copper sheets get made by copper ingots, get made by copper ore. Copper powder gets made by black powder, which needs coal and sulfur. I also need to make heavy oil residue. That will need to be gotten rid of, so I'll just get rid of that into a sink. But heavy oil residue comes from oil. And so now, without deciding the amount of whatever I'm going to make, what I have is the base list of components that I need for this base. To build this thing that I want to make, I now know that I need copper, coal, sulfur, and crude oil. And that's my starting area. So then I just pull up the satisfactory calculator. Uh-oh. I think I accidentally just closed every single browser in existence through a hotkey. I don't know what that was. Okay. Oh, there's chat back. Then we go to the satisfactory calculator, which I don't have to use for anything except the interactive map. And I just go to the interactive map and I go to the resource node area, and then I take off all the resources and I just tick on the resources I'm looking for, right? I'll just turn them on. Let's go back over here. Let's turn the roads off. Let's go to collectibles and turn them off. All right, so then I go, what did I need in my thing? I realize I need coal, copper, sulfur, and crude oil. So that's what I turn back on. I turn on coal, I turn on crude oil, I turn on sulfur, and I turn on copper. And then I start having a look around to see where I can find those places all together or within reach of each other, right? So there's not many places that have crude oil. There are also resource wells if you're up to them, so you can tick those as well. Now you've got more options, right? I know I don't need a lot of sulfur, so like here's copper, sulfur, copper, crude oil, and coal. So like I could, oh, there's even more copper down there. There's even more sulfur over there. So I could pick a place around here somewhere, right? Lots of copper, lots of coal, bit of sulfur, no oil over here. So like, while I have everything, I don't have the heavy oil for this, so I wouldn't want to do it quite there, right? And that's the process I go through to decide where I want to put a base in. So this is Satisfactory Modeler, which is just on Steam. You can just download it. It's like a game. It's free. That lets you plan out the base back to the base resource. And then the other one is Satisfactory Calculator, which is just a website. It gives you a much better idea. My other thing, the other thing that I would suggest is, you know, you use that map to lock down a general idea of where you want to be, and then you just have to go exploring, right? You have to like run over to that area and then have a look around and see if you can see what you find that like suits, right? Is it a fucking crash site? Oh no, I'm out of power. Ugh. Okay, there we go. A fucking crash site just there? Right there. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get distracted. There's a crash site, like just like right there. How dare you? How dare you be right there in view of me while I'm building? You're not there. Okay, how do I make that stop? Because it was visible from far away, but now there's nothing here. No, we can't have that. We can't have that. I'm gonna get baited so many times. That is so very upsetting. Yoink. Yoink. Huh? Yo, wait, what's up with this train? It has a ghost cart on it. What's up with this train? Oh, there we go, it's fixed. Okay, sure. Sure. Yep. Okay, so we're really got to think about this. Really got to think about this. This is not a machine problem, this is a logistics problem. So we've got enough quick wire just there. We need to somehow siphon quick wire off to these two machines. Then also 300 off to this machine. 303. And then all the remainder this way. Okay, so the first thing then is we put the hole back here, right? We didn't play the PV1 event? Nope. Okay, so immediately off here. Would be a splitter. But it would have to be a smart splitter. Yeah. So we do a smart splitter. Right would go any. Left would go overflow. Right? This is where maybe I actually need more space than this. Maybe I should do this on like the top floors area. Ooh, there's not even room for a double box. I didn't make the logistics floor big enough. It's because I didn't see needing... I actually don't need a double box. I just need a place to merge stuff. Right? It doesn't actually have to be a double box. In fact, it should probably be laid that way. Because now we have a merger that goes into the box from there, and another one that goes there. Ah, but it needs to be two fucking belts of equal height, so it actually does need a double box. Okay, well, since a bunch of load balancing has to happen, I'm gonna need a floor just for load balancing, and it's gonna be the top floor, I've decided. So if we say floor 1, floor 2, no, we can't quite do that. Okay, right in line with the seam, right in the middle of the second one in. So this would be floor 1 coming up, this will be floor 2 coming up, and this will be floor 3 coming up. Floor 1. Nailed it. Didn't nail it. Ah, you're right. That isn't in the middle. There you go. Okay. Floor 2 coming up. And then floor 3 coming up. Okay, perfect. So floor 2, so one of these is going to need a double box, and it's almost certainly just going to be the one in the middle because we have to merge into it. Right, so let me just so this is floor 1. It is by far the weakest, the least required floor. So what you're gonna have is a smart splitter that comes in here. And then you're gonna do the same thing in the same row. We're also going to have a smart splitter. Fantastic. Then we cannot merge into the same spot. So you're going to have to merge in a line above that. So center any, overflow to the right, center any, overflow to the left. Okay, and then both of you need to go like that. That's perfect. Which means you now go there, where you will feed off to wherever you want to go. But you will back up. Because you don't use that whole floor. Then you go in there where you will feed off to wherever you want to go, but you'll back up because you don't use that whole belt. Then you'll come out, which you won't even be a full belt, but you'll be close to one. You will come into a double box. merges off there will also come into the double box, the same one. So the overflow from both those lines and this line all get merged here. And that happens so that I can split the remainder plus the individual floor into 2 equal belts, of which both of those equal belts will head to the same building, which will bring, by nature of the overflows, exactly that amount in. Because this will back up, because it only needs 300 and it should be getting about 580. So this will back up really quickly and then send all the overflow to that box. This one will be getting about 500 and it's only going to use, was that like 130? So that'll back up really quickly and then send all the overflow to the overflow box. Then the floor that's supplying the box plus the 2 overflows should be the remainder of everything I need, which should then come out on 2 equal belts, 1 to each floor of this facility when I go to make it. I think that'll nail it. I think that'll nail it. So I remember this is the weak little one. That's the much stronger one, and the double box one is obvious. And we can come back to routing that where it needs to go after. Look at my little load balance, and I needed the slightly more room, so it got a top. Now it has a top. That's fine. Okay, so now all I have to do is hook all those things in. So this goes away. You're not going to the bottom anymore. Not like that anyway. And that goes away. And you're going straight in. And then on the next level, you're going in there. And then on the next level, you're actually going in that one. That feels like a mistake. You don't need 2. But you need 1. And you basically need it to be here. And I don't know how to make that neat, except maybe go around. I'm gonna try that. How dare you? That's gonna be too close. There we go. That'll be all right. So you got the good overflow, you got the baby. And all the extras go into the box. Okay. I think that'll work. Now, everything has Yes, everything has its stuff. So let me just grab that real quick. Put that up here as well. Let me grab that real quick. And put it in here as well. We've got some fucking ceiling power. As far as I'm concerned, I can turn all these on, I think. I think these are all ready to start. Okay, well, you get power. This floor get power. This floor get power. Ta-da! Beautiful. It's so much wire. It's so much wire. Unfortunately, it's all overflow, so it's just gonna fucking scream into that box for now, but that's fine. In fact, because those lines don't go anywhere, it's actually fucking choked up at that merger point. But that's fine. Oh, excuse me. Please tell me it's because you're full of wire that you can't offload and not because you don't have enough ore. Well, why would you not have enough ore? What an odd place to not have enough ore. It's just because it's just the whole manifold thing, I think. The machines aren't full, so like that'll take a minute. To be honest, it's gonna fill the thing with quick wire first, and then the machines will all back up, and when I actually run cable somewhere, they'll be full forever. It'll be fine. Yeah, these ones are already pretty close to full. These ones will just take a little bit longer. It also uses a lot more copper than I thought. How much copper am I making? Fuck me. Almost. Oh, yeah. Okay, sure. All of it. Yeah, that is a lot of copper. Fair enough. You need very little of that, but a lot of copper. All right. Well, those will be fine because they will all back up. In fact, there's literally no reason for me to fill this box. So they can all stop now and get backed up with both output and input. And they can all just come to a stop because I have nothing to do with that right this second. We've nowhere for you to go, my dude. Which puts me at the next place. I have to do the other wire. It only requires one floor. and it only goes to one place. So I think we do, he said do. I think we do this bit, but have it centered. Which means using half foundations. You know that thing that I'm not supposed to do? But like, I can't like, I think if I do that, it'll fight. Oh yeah, no, it doesn't like that at all. So, foundation. Half foundation 4 meter. Like that. Because if I don't do it this way, then it isn't centered. It would almost be okay to leave that as a different thing though. Yeah, I'm on board with that. Yeah, let's quickly jump over here where we grab these two machines and we change them from quick wire to fused wire. Honestly, we don't even bother changing the fucking blueprint. And I'm only going to change 2 machines anyway. We just fucking place it down. Boom, ba-dum, bum. Assemblers. Now, you need 4.5, but I'm just going to overclock. So you're actually just gonna have 4. Ooh, that is awfully tight to that side though. Is it okay? Yeah, it is. It is fine. That is absolutely fine, actually. So you're just gonna become the wire recipe. 2, 3, 4. Fantastic. And then, so now I'm making all of the quick wire, and now I'm making all of the wire. Well, not quite, but I'm about to be. So these are the ends. So you're gonna have to get split off the ore that's coming in, which I think will be fine right there, and I think will be fine right. I wonder if you could fit like that. We'll come back to coloring you all in a second, but I think yes, it is fine like that. Fantastic. I hope there's enough copper coming up here, eh? I really hope there's enough copper coming up here. Hope I didn't fuck something up. Why won't you do that? I mean, fine, I'll do it in the nice way. That is the point, I guess, of having lots of room on a logistics floor, is that you can use lots of room on your logistics floor. That does feels correct. Fantastic. Interesting that that fucking copper's still going up there. I feel like you should be backed up by now. I mean, I guess there are fucking 6 floors, or like 6 machines per floor, and multiple floors to fill up. But like, you're still going. There's nowhere for the quick wire to even go. This one still runs sometimes. Leaving all the power on though will let all these machines eventually back up, and then technically the manifold system should go fine. Yikes. It is still fucking flying in though. Yeah, I've made a mistake here somewhere. There should be roughly 700 coming through this line. I think it's like 710 or so. That is not 700. In fact, I'd say it's missing half of its yield. There's still 300. So something's wrong though. And it's not backed up all the way back here, so something's wrong all the way back over there. I have done the wrong math, built the wrong amount of machines, forgot to turn half of them off, something. Okay, YouTube is just a nightmare. I mean, if you need to ad block it, if that's what you need to do. Wait. Where's the Caterium? Wait. Wait. Hold on. So these are all doing copper. These are all doing copper as well. So that's copper in there? That's copper in there. You're supposed to be on that line. Well, I think I found the mistake. Remember earlier when I said, it feels like I'm only getting half the yield. It's because I'm only getting half the yield. That's better. That's more like what I expected the copper to look like at 600 a piece. Right? That's a bit better. Like you should be at like, I don't know, fucking nearly 700 actually. I don't think you stay at 780. You'll drop to 700. It's 656 plus 55, whatever that is. But there's obviously, that was obviously the problem. I knew there was a mistake somewhere. As soon as I looked at the incoming line, I was like, that's not right. Actually, it was before I looked at the incoming line. It's when I realized some of those machines weren't backed up yet. And I'm like, no, they should be backed up by now. When do you think your game will be unplayable and you'll have to make a new save file? Never. I'll probably finish the game before that happens. I mean, I'm working on the phase 4 parts now. I think it'll still take another day before I'm running these two. Then I think possibly I'll be able to build that phase 4 part in a day. But this one, I don't know. That one's a lot. Yeah, that's better. This is what I expected that to look like. That's much better. That's exactly what I expected that to look like. Right, perfect. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of builds. Unlike building huge. When the game becomes a meme. Yeah, but they didn't. Right? But they didn't. It's fucking fantastic. Actually. Okay, so you're all making wire. But one of these things is not like the other. One of you, the first one in, needs to get overclocked because we needed 4.56 machines. So actually 2 of you need to be overclocked, or one of you needs to be overclocked twice. But since the power is multiplicative, it'd be better to just overclock 2 machines by a little. So if I need 56, that'll be 25, 6, 7, 8, 28. So 128% on 2 machines. Yep, cool. Perfect. You regret the hours you put in this game? I regret not starting to put hours into this game earlier. Does that count? It's fantastic. Why would I regret it? And out they go. And there's just a fucking buttload of quick wire and a little bit of wire. Ooh, 115 per second. Those MK1 belts don't do enough for this, do they? Logistics? No, they do not. Oh wait, they're MK2 belts. Oh. Perfect then. But then that is fine. I already thought of that. Thanks, previous me. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna put in a floor hole right there, and we're gonna yoink that out of there. And because it moved, I know it worked. Fantastic. And that is now where the wire comes out. Don't know where I'm going to put that, where I need to put that wire yet. But we have wire. We have wire and an incredible amount of quick wire. Alright. That is another base, or another 2 sections done. I'm going to build it into 1 building, but that is another 2 sections done of my plan. God damn it. It's still, there's still so much. Okay, so we've done all of this. We've done all of this. We've done all of that. We've done all of them, and that is done. And so we're now moving into this center region, which just like, it just, It's so much. Oh yeah, this one in here is done too. Ah, it's just so much. I mean, what else is there to do? You just pick the next thing, right? Like, how do you eat an elephant? Fucking, let's go, I guess. Well, I'll tell you what, our next idea should be to take care of the quick wire, since the belting for the quick wire is like the hardest logistic part, and we just did that. Like, we just did the quick wire, so that's still fresh in the brain. So I think we start with that. The stuff that's going to use it. So we're already making the steel pipes there. They're leaving down there. So one of the things is just steel pipes and quick wire. So steel pipes coming from there and quick wire coming from here. We could put on this corner the machine that makes these. Then that would at least be relatively convenient. The other quick wires that require rubber and plastic can go on that side over here. And then the really big one that requires the cable I'm making out of the rubber and plastic, and the circuit boards that I'm making out of the rubber and plastic, and the absolute largest amount of cat wire should actually go a little further down the road in the direction of the base. So that should go right here. That feels about right. So those two over that side. Those two over that side, and this bit in behind there. At some point, I do have to like stop and make these buildings look like buildings. Otherwise, it's not going to look like a city, right? Like these have to be buildings. Some of them are tall buildings, some of them are smaller buildings, but like, these are buildings. I just haven't actually fucking made a building yet. They're all just open. Okay, page that down so it matches. Yoink, new building. How many machines do I need here? So 5.05. Fuck all the way off. What is with the weird rounding numbers? I mean, it's fine, but we're gonna overclock one of them by 5%, but like it's not the point, right? That's not the point. The point is It feels like it's made intentionally to be a little bit fucking annoying. And I think it is. It is made intentionally to be a little bit annoying. So do we just go 2 across there? Because then you'll be a building in the back here. I think I'd rather go up again. Just for the sake of like how everything looks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Annoying, they specifically wanted to annoy you. Fantastic. Okay, so if I already have to overclock them, so what if I overclock 2 machines and I just run a total of 4? Because then I could run 2 on each floor and it would look nice. And 4, I'd need to get 105 out of it total, which means one would get overclocked to 55% and the other one would get overclocked to 50%, but it would look real nice. It would look better. Because how would this be oriented? Okay, so you come in. I would want the front of this building to be here. It would just look better if it was just like that. If it was just 4. So let's just overclock both of the top ones. So first we gotta set them all to what are you fucking making? Alternate steel rotor, I think. No, stators, not rotors. You're making quick wire stators. No, you're not. Hold on. Quick wire stator. There you are. Quest data. Paste, paste, and paste, paste. Now, one of you has to run at 150, and one of you have to run at 155, which is super inconvenient. Is there a better way to hook that up? Can I I'd rather overclock all of them equally. Right? I think I'd rather overclock all of them equally. It just makes me happier. So let me just math on that. I need 505, but I need it done on 4. So we get rid of the 0.2, so everything gets 26 except one of them that gets 27%. 127. $126. Copy that 126 and put it the same on the first floor. That's better. It uses one more power shard than it needs to, because I could be using like multiple power shards in one machine. So I could just use 3 shards instead of 4. But now they're all going to be the same color and producing roughly the same amount each, and that just makes me happier. I like that more. Right. I'll be back in just a moment. Oh, okay, let's figure that out. Okay, so you're gonna just come in from under, and so are you, and you're gonna split off those lines anyway. Which means you're gonna get a thing, and you're gonna get a thing. Boom. Boom. So the one that's closer, gonna take, okay, cool. Okay, let me think about that real quick. So what am I making? I'm making those. They get steel pipe and quick wire. Okay, so I'm not cooking from here. First thing I'm getting is steel pipe. You already have going out here to there. I could have you just as easily cut down. And come over to this one. Same way as the other thing, right? If I'm gonna travel all the way across the highway, then we actually drop down below. So we grab our steel pipe and we go down below me. Over here. Yeah. Will you let me go that far? Oh, I tried to guess. Tried to guess how far you'd let me go. It wasn't quite that far. Magic. Okay, well, probably. Boom. Got him. Now, which one do I actually want you to go into? Doesn't really matter, to be honest. With the wires coming from over there. So you might as well go that way. Boom, that gets the steel pipe up there. Get on in there, buddy. So the next thing you need is the babiest amount of quick wire. You're taking the babiest amount of quick wire, which is going to be from the very top. You're actually taking this one. That's I mean, slightly inconvenient, I guess, but not really, because I'm just gonna fucking so where can I take you from then? So let's say center floor of this tile. You can go all the way down facing out. I think it'll be fine. All the way down there. Below that level will be the logistics level. It should be right there. You can face in, that's fine. Yep, don't know why you had a problem with that, but whatever. And now I should be able to grab that, spin it around so I can see the quick wire from the front, and send it down to this hole, spin it around so I can see the quick wire from the front. Boom. And suddenly, quick wire into the logistics floor. Now your job is only to come over here and into this hole. Just keep picking things off one at a time. Just keep moving away at it until it fucking do I want to jump that track? What is even getting made here? Yeah, I'm not using this floor a lot, so we could come this way. Got him. And the wire's in. Boom. Boom. Oh, we're not going to the second floor yet. Wait, hold on. I'm fucking stupid then. Huh. I don't want to do that for something like this though. I'd almost rather... I do that. Boom, wires in. But could I do the same thing for you? I think so. If I just come back. Have to put some fake floor holes in. But it works. Son of a bitch. I brought wire over and not quick wire. It's the worst. It's the worst. I've done the worst thing. How did I do that? How did I do that? I was gonna say new plan, we changed to rotors, but you actually, that actually is the thing for rotors, which is interesting. But that's not where I wanted to put rotors. This is not what I want. This is not where I wanted to put rotors at all. So that's quick wire. I dropped the quick wire. I dropped it like it was hot all the way to there. And then right, I see what I've done. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Okay, we're just gonna leave that disconnected for a second while I work out the best way to empty this whole line without redoing fucking everything. It's like this. This is the best and way to empty the line when you've fucked up and there's like a lot on there. And doing it manually would be a pain in the ass. You grab a storage container and you just fucking yoink that from the edge. And then you just have to come get the stuff off these belts, and that's it. Because none of it went into the machines. And ta-da! They're empty. There's no normal wire anywhere. The belt is empty. Everything's empty. It's all in the box. What's in the box? In the box. Delete the box today. Now, quick wire. Quick wire. This is not the first time I have mixed up wire and quick wire either. Well, now you've got quick wire. Why you no start? You've quick wire. Why you no start? It's right there. Why you no start? You piece of shit. There's a fucking... There's a piece in there that I can't get at. There's a piece in... What? You absolute piece of shit. There's one in the fucking machine. Also, those can't be MK1 belts anyway. They need to be MK2 belts. A better solution would be don't make that mistake. That sounds like the better idea. Right, there. Status 40.42 per minute. To do. What were you guys making? Iron plate, which I've stopped using, which is fine. Because you're making reinforced, but I'm not using the reinforced anywhere. So at least that line is sort of moving now. When those machines fill up, it'll slow down a lot. But it's okay because all the merging extra stuff will go into that box instead of having the machines turn off. Okay, well, we got those. Now, preferably the other places the quick wire goes, where the rubber and plastic is needed. That is a lot of machines. Wow. There's more machines than I would have thought. I can do that as 6 instead of 7.3. And I can do that as 2 instead of 2.3, and that'll be 8 total. And then we can make both of them in one building, since they're the two, they're using mostly the same components. And we can do them just opposite the quickwire here. Do both of those in the same building, because the next one is the first major component, and it's what uses the rest of the quickwire. So like the goal here was to get the quickwire not having to go all over the base, because there's literally thousands of it. So I wanted to be making all of the quickwire things near the quickwire. So we'll then make our first manufacturer building, will probably be here-ish. Or I may build out a road and like have it be the next building over. We'll see. But either way, these two. So if we do 2 and 6, if we do 2 and 6, then you can be in the same building, but the building would look dumb. It'll either be really long, or it'll have a weird hat. Have a weird hat? I think have a weird hat is the answer then. Okay. Sure. So I'd like to put a gap there, which I think would be fine. So if I grab my blueprints, I would like to put a floor there. Is that at least flush with the fucking ground? No, because the first one never is. Click. And then the other one, hold, and you'll be, instead of wide like all the rest of them, just to be a different building, you're gonna go back, and then the one that's above it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Just like the other side, but it'll go back there. So this way I can have machines in a row there, and the other two on the top story here. And when I build this one in, it'll almost have a balcony. At least it'll look a little different from the other machines. Or the other places. Okay, next. First things first. Hook up power to the road. And hook up power to the underbelly. And as always, grab the power. Hook into the corner here. And use that to hook into the corner here. That to power that platform. Okay, there, now I don't have to worry about falling down again. Okay, so the first one is going to end up being 6, which are again assemblers. That's fucking crazy. So many assemblers, man. One, two. Huh. Yeah. 3, 4. 5, 6. There's actually way more room here. I didn't need to be that close. Okay, cool. And then the same thing up here. I could have that facing a different way. Hold on. What do I need from there? So that'll do the same. So you both need quick wire. So if I run quick wire across the top, then I can actually split quick wire off the back of one of these and send it straight upstairs, and that'll go okay. And then the only thing that needs to be up here will be the... Okay, so rotate that way. Put that right in the middle. Okay, this time without fucking it up, right? We're going to bring quick wire to all of these machines. Quick wire to all of these machines. So, same thing as before. If you're gonna go through across, then you go under. Seems to be working out rather well. Now, I do not want to take quick wire from that line, because that's how you fuck stuff up. That's not how the line balancing works. We want a new quick wire line from the longer quick wire, but not the middle one. So this one is the one I want over there now. So where am I going to get you down? I'll pick where I want it to be in the basement, I guess. Oh, it'd be so nice if it just lined up, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's go see how far that is out. That could be a straight run. This side of the center of the second tile. So one tile in, up against the edge. Just, and that's all that matters. One tile in and up against the edge. because everything is made in a grid, I should be able to go one tile in and up against the edge. Should be. I'd rather be behind the machinery. So let's just make sure. Okay, so on the final tile, one tile in up against the edge. Boom, there's a floor hole. So, back up to the top again. One tile in, up against the edge. Boom, is that where I made it? It is. So what that should let me do is pull in there from this fucking thing. And that is quick wire. And that should let me build a lift from the top to the bottom in one go, no matter how far it is, because there's a hole there. There's a hole in my bucket. Dear Liza, dear Liza. Okay, perfect. Now, small issue. No way in the world will it go that far, will it? That is too far. Damn. Damn. It's actually not, it's like, it's close. But it is too far. So we have to make a fake lift. Where? Somewhere like, I don't know, here-ish. Perfect. And again, that's quick wire, not wire. Fantastic. And it's from the new quick wire place, which won't fill up all of this because the blueprint doesn't connect stuff. But I would also like you to fill these ones up. So what did I put you on? I put you on the top row. And so now I will put you on the top row. So you just be there. So you just be there. Which is fucking perfect. But how do I even see that? I want to be in that corner. But like... Well, I hope this is right. Boom. Well, it's not a factory game. You're playing this. Actually, maybe we'll try out the new period content update. I don't know anything about that at all. Oh, I can do it from up here. That'll be much nicer to do. Okay, cool. Ba-dum-bum-bum. To there. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Oops, missed it. To there. And then all we do is run you though. I would like you to... Yeah, that'll do. I'm gonna take that quick wire. You're gonna bring it upstairs because you need it for both of these things. Ta-da, quick wire. Still MK1s. Fantastic. Played like 6 years. A lot of stuff to explore. Make sure there's a rope attached to a squirrel. That's actually hilarious. Okay, so up here we're going to be making Deuterium circuit boards, which are going to require the plastic. So not much. And one of you is going to have to get overclocked slightly because you need to run 2.31 machines. So you're going to need to be 131%. So somehow plastic's going to have to get up there. But that is the second thing to worry about, because the first thing to worry about is rubber, which has to come in here. And we already have rubber. You know what? It doesn't need to be. That's fine. Oh, we already have rubber and we're already splitting rubber so close. I might split you off that same splitter. Oh yeah, for sure. You come off the same splitter for sure. In fact, you might even come down to that because it's just so convenient. Oh no, that's the rubber going in. This is the bit where I've split the rubber. Get out of here, moth. Go on. Shoot. Boom. Rubber. Okay, well, the rubber part was easy. Because you'll need to be making Not Caterium fixed wire. That's a different thing. You'll need to be making cable. Ahem. Quick wire cable. Specifically that one. Okay. You'll need to be making cable. Thank you. Paste. 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 And then because you need... So you actually need 7.35 machines. But I've only built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So what I want to do is take the 1.35 machine that's extra and divide it by 2 and overclock 2 machines. So it's 1.35 divided by 2. What do you call maybe we divide it by 3. That'd be 45% overclock on 3 machines. I think that's the best way to do that, like power consumption wise. Uses a few, it doesn't even use extra power shards really. I would have had to use them all in one machine anyway. So, cable's done, and we're making 202 cable a minute. We still need to get... Okay. So over here, we're going to want to run plastic, which I don't think I've run plastic yet. I don't think I've run a plastic wire yet. I have not. Okay. Was it that one? No. It was this one. Yes. Why does this make me so happy? Like, why though? Like, what? Like, why? I mean, I guess you could just say, why does any video game? you create your own order or chaos? I've created so far more chaos than order. Although like this place has order so far, but so far we're not even halfway through done. It could get spaghetti as fuck in here. Like I would trying, but like I'll try and keep it organized as long as I can. That's unfortunate. What's those fucking steel pipe doing there? It's just hanging out in the air. It's not even fucking doing anything. Well, that's unfortunate for whoever decided that's where steel pipe was gonna go. Because it's actually where plastic's going. So you'll have to find another place. Now, if I've done this right, spacing wise, you'll fit straight past this lift, which you do. But that was the idea. Fantastic. Now, that is where the rubber went. So guess where the plastic's going? Right there like that. So where's it gonna come out? And where's it gonna go up? Most easily would be to come up like here. I don't think that'll be in anyone's way. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Is that the right place? Yep. It doesn't look like it's in the way of anybody. Thank you, logistics floor. Yoink, give me one. Ew, gross. I don't know what the fuck that was. Just get in there. Nice. Don't need this bit. Now, you're not making cable. Cable is downstairs. You're going to be making circuit boards. And you're going to make them at 20.2 per minute. But first, let me take a selfie. Boom. Let me grab one of them and fucking hook it in. I've done the wrong thing because one of you needs to be 31% overclocked. And neither of you are currently overclocked. Oh no, you are. I've done the correct thing. Fantastic. That little nubbin doesn't need to be there. You're building up way more quick wire than you're using. Fantastic. And you're making circuit boards at 11 point and 8. And 11 and 8 will be... Yep, sweet. Math checks out. So next step, where do we bring those back down? Funny, I'm taking the quick wire from the end of this chain, so it's actually a very large manifold. But that's fine. Let's connect these ones and make sure they run. So this is technically a separate system. Yeah, that'll do. Perfect. Now that'll actually take a little bit to back up because especially the quick wire is a manifold and it's a manifold through both systems. So these ones up here might actually start to struggle until those ones down there get full. But I turned these ones on first, so they've got a decent amount of wire to get through first. But if I'm right, these should be filling up. Yeah, they're filling up. Even the one at the end's already up to 100. So that whole line will back up because again, we're not using that whole quick wire line. The excess of this line still gets merged into the middle box for the big project that uses most of the wire. Oh, that's right. You stack up to 500. Actually insane. That'll take ages for it to catch up. These will actually probably turn off because they use more quick wire and they're at the end of the manifold. But the machines will hold 500 each because that's a full stack. So that'll be fine. I'm prepared for those to turn off. I'm fully prepared for those two machines to turn off while these ones take forever to actually fill up. But now they've got power, they will fill up and it will all be fine. So we now have two things that are coming out of this facility and we need them both. And we will need them both over there. I shouldn't be just going around the map putting power poles down since I have the hover pack. I did that for a while. Until I got good enough fuel to warrant using, which was my turbo fuel. Oh, I don't know. I know I've got enough for this base entirely, and I'm pretty sure that I have enough. Like, I know I've got enough for this whole base, and I'm pretty sure I will have enough to build my next one, which will be assembly directors. Then when it comes to making nuclear pasta and getting those out, that could be more. I may need more power then. I don't know. Just don't look yet, but just turn the nuclear pasta on. What's the worst that can happen? No. 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 Just to show, we've got tons right now. Like, I can just boop. Right now, no problem. This whole base, no issue at all. Right. So we've got plenty of space for now. So this whole base, no problem, and then the next piece, no problem. But then once we've built both of those, that's when I'm gonna want to be like, how much does the pasta thing cost? Nuclear is a wild ride. Nuclear isn't even my next step. If I need to add power to finish phase 4, it's going to be 4 rocket fuel towers, and they're going to get attached to my other towers, my skyscrapers. But the rocket fuel version will be able to hold 2 power generators per floor, and I'll be able to build it in a quarter the time of the other one because I learnt a lot about blueprints now. So it'll be running rocket fuel, which is more, and it'll run 2 per floor, which is more, and I'll build 4 towers of it. And I already know how those 4 towers are going to fit inside the current 4 towers. Like, I know how I'm going to make that 4 into one giant tower. That was always the plan to begin with. But I got talked down to 4, and so I ran 4. But if I need to, then the next 4 will just be rocket fuel, which would be good anyway, because I would like to tack on some packaged rocket fuel to that so that I can start having like rocket fuel drones and rocket fuel in my jetpack and that sort of shit. So I'm fully prepared for that, and that'll be done well before I'll be doing that before I tackle nuclear power. We'll see if we even fucking need nuclear power. I'm gonna leave that hole in the road for now. It's useful to go up and down. Hey, Evers, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. Fantastic. These are all backing up, and if I'm right, because that's backing up so much already. Yeah, this is stuttering a lot because it's supposed to be, all that overflow is supposed to go into there, but I haven't done that bit yet. Australian, and then you got the Holy Relic. Nice. At some point I have to stop and turn all these outposts into actual buildings, right? Like, you can see I've got the layout of a city and I've built floors, but like, this is what I would use multiplayer for. This is what I would use multiplayer for. If somebody could just like go behind me and pretty up the buildings once I was done, that'd be great. Like, you don't mess with nothing. Don't fuck with the logistics, the machines. It's all my problem. Make them pretty. Make pretty buildings behind me. That's what I'd use multiplayer for that in a heartbeat. Whew, okay, so next step. Not that far. We're not that far yet. Both the stators. I haven't made the stators yet, right? Did I make stators or did I make rotors? Fuck, I hope I made stators. Did I make neither? I might have made neither. Oh no, I made something over here. Those are stators. Stators are made out of... Stators are made out of the quick wire. Okay, fantastic. So we also need to make them, which get made out of the normal wire. Those will be the rotors. And then the stators and the high functioning, the high speed connectors rather, get turned into electromagnetic control rods as part of the building for satisfactory. Yeah, pretty much. And those get split. Okay. Alright, well, I'll tell you what. I think that we're going to call it a day there anyway. But we did do all that area out there. We filled that lake today. Filled that whole lake today. And then built all these different buildings for different parts. And that doesn't feel like the worst progress to have made. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11 parts made already. Made and functioning. I'd say we're like well over halfway. Hey, first of all, I kept changing the blueprints, and it's not the blueprinting of the machines, it's the logistics. Logistics is the thing. Oh, I mean, we also like got the trains trained in properly and ran the lines for the stuff the trains are bringing and set the train stations up on the other sides correctly as well. And that shit. I don't know. I'm happy with the progress. About to go slug hunting because apparently I didn't have enough shards from a new aluminum plant. You do make them the right way, right? Like you make them in a machine with a sloop on. You don't make them by hand. Cool. There's the doggos do you got? None. Although according to my save file, like 6 that I found out in the wild, but they never followed me home. I don't know why they didn't come back. them, else they just park their butts and wait. I found them when I was like out in the wild in the middle of nowhere. I have a lizard doggo that lives in the basement underneath my space elevator. Nice. I think that block signal right there could get deleted. Lizard doggos is the only way you get extra slugs. Extra slugs. I've got so many slugs though. Like, I have so many power shards. I can use them so liberally whenever I want. You can tell as soon as we get onto the old track, it's noisier and bumpier. I'm not replacing the old track, but it is noisier and bumpier. That last little bump as you come into the station is hilarious. That little bit right there. Yeah, I didn't even fucking line that up right. Well, this was where I built from my first train station, right? This was my first train stop, and this is my first attempt at a blueprint train line, and I couldn't even get off the base correctly. It was just, it's horrible. But I mean, it works. We're here. It's doing its thing. Shit's coming and shit's going. Many supercomputer entering the sink currently. Okay, not many, because it's gone completely idle. What happened? What do you mean 58%? Where the fuck are all my high-speed connectors? I mean, I'm not currently using them, so I guess it doesn't matter. But that's... But what do you mean 62%? Where are all of my high-speed connectors? Well, they're all supposed to be coming from here, and it's only running 45% of the time because it doesn't have any fucking quick wire. I thought we solved the quick wire problem. Look at how much quick wire is right there. No, I thought I solved the quick wire problem. I don't even think it's actually a quick wire problem. No, it is. It is. The quick wire box is empty. It is a quick wire problem. Okay. I mean, those have got plenty of... Where's all the quick wire getting made? One of the places is getting used. Ah, over here. What's a Caterium ingot? I don't know how much ingot's coming in here, but it's like pretty backed up. Yeah, not enough assemblers. Let's do four of them in each row and see how that looks later. So 4 of them went to 150%, so that's like adding another 2. I don't know if that's enough or not, but I mean, it'll be another 120 a minute. We just don't know how. Although that's them leaving now and they're struggling to do so. Underneath bit, wherever that is, make sure those keep up. We'll just fucking make a hole, make a hole. Already an MK5 belt. Okay. Well, that's better. Oh, look at that. It's already starting to pile up slightly. Alright, problem solved. I may even take 2 of those out. Like 2 of those power shards might even come back out. But we'll see, because that might lead to a cascade of other machines turning on to therefore use more again. Oh, it could just be belts out the other side of the machine not fast enough. It could be, but like at one point or another, it was feeding the entire place. Right? So we'll see. Next time I go past it, if it's fucking still having problems, then so be it. Okay, you can scan another hard drive. Ooh. I can actually complete this milestone right now, I believe. And use that to scan more hard drives again, because I still have another 9 hard drives. Nope, I'm not making turbo motors yet. I actually don't have any turbo motors. Okay, never mind. I cannot complete that yet. Shit, are turbo motors part of my fucking thing here? Oh, they are. Nope, that's radio control units. Oh, they get made into turbo motors. Okay. So I am going to make 5 turbo motors. Wish there was a way to edit this to make slightly more turbo motors than is needed. But I balanced this whole base, so I think I just put a fucking sloop in it and fill my dimensional depot. Until then. I think that's the way I'll deal with needing turbo motors. I will put a sloop in it. And I'll siphon off the 5 extras. Because I've balanced the rest of the machine and I'm not like the rest of this whole thing, and I'm not dealing with that, right? I could do the same thing here with this. When it's electromagnetic control rod time, because I'm not making them anywhere else. I don't think I have them uploaded to the depot. No, I just have whatever I've found. So I could do the same thing when I make like I just have one of these. This is gonna be overclocked 5%. I just sloop that one and put them in the fucking depot. It's not really great use of sloops. That part, I don't like that. I don't so much mind using a sloop at this stage. That's all right. Using it there is pretty. Whatever. Yeah, turbo motor is quite close to the end, right? Like turbo motors is pretty close to the end. There's actually one more product, right? Like there's one more product there, but I don't so much mind using a sloop there. It's out of an assembly, it uses 4 parts, it's using the whole front end of this plant, it's got a lot of processes to go through first. I don't mind doing that, at least temporarily in that. And then maybe next time I'm building turbo motors for anything else, I will then think about adding on additional turbo motors, right? Now that I'm aware that that's a problem. But I'm not editing my math back here because we did not supply excess for this building. This is head to toe the amount that is needed to create this. So there's not really any headroom here. I'm pretty sure I already hit save, but let's do it anyway. All right. Fun. I'm gonna call it a day. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.